recording. We are now recording, so this will go up on the actual play on the YouTube channel later, just so you guys are all aware. If you do not want to be recorded, speak now, or I am assuming that you're okay with it. So, cool. So let's get started. So welcome to the, not table flip, not this wrong podcast voice, but welcome to the Genesis community server community play number something. I'm not sure what number we're at now. I think in like the high teens or so. And today we are playing a short adventure in the Akeidito neighborhood of New Angeles, a Foundry supplement that Scarpy and I actually put together and released a bit ago, and it's a focuses on a particular neighborhood in New Angeles and the politics and life and crime and adventure that is there. For this game, I am Micah, also known as Fat Crab, also the GM today. And I think before we get too deep into it, do you guys want to just go ahead and introduce yourselves respectively? We can just go down the RPG Sessions table list. So starting with Primer.
Yeah, I am Scarpy, and today I'm going to be playing as Jade Primer Amoy, previously employed as a bodyguard clone, but has broken that conditioning through some clever, I'll bet, borderline abusive use of narcotics, and now works for the Babas.
Awesome. June?
Oh, sorry. I think RPG Sessions order is different for me than you guys maybe.
Oh, is it really? I also assume it's the
I'm
same
at the
for
front.
everyone.
I'm at the top for me.
Okay, I'll just announce who's going in order then, because I don't see the other way to go. So June, you're next on my screen.
I'm Flame112. I'm going to be playing June. She's a Desai clone. She was like a yoga, physical education, mindfulness tutor for a bunch of Risty kids, but she broke out of her own conditioning. And after the tragic and untimely deaths of the families that she was supposed to be working for, the Babas were more than happy to take her in, and she's since gone down sort of a rabbit hole with Gmods and trying to physically perfect herself, and believes that Gmods are like the future for clone independence and that sort of thing.
Awesome. And then next is Obsidian, or 0B51D14N.
I am Obsidian, a person named Anji. I was part of a clone batch that was bought by a research grant for the community college in the Gallows. We were all plugged up together to test, extreme effects on the mind with the net. So we were purposely left naive to the real world, and we just kind of stay plugged in, and they test on us to see how we respond to different stimuli. And that was going all fine and well until some Purefleshers came and killed my brothers while they were hacked up into the net. I was lucky enough to escape. The community college moved on and decided to get another batch, and so they decided to sell me off, kind of decommissioning. That means they wanted to take my BMI and everything, but I had a big favor from someone at the community college who took, some pity on me and let my BMI stay intact. So my goal now, albeit secretly, is to resurrect my brothers in the net. And so I take any little bit of information I can find to try to piece that together and to bring them back to life as best I can.
Awesome. And then last but not least, the clone with no name, aka Nome.
Yep, my name is Don. I am playing Nome. She was a clone that was custom ordered by a I'm going to mispronounce this. Jinteki Risti. Basically, the Risti was really obsessed with spaghetti westerns, so he had like an illegal clone made because he just really liked them. But of course, even with the cloner's warnings that making an amoral gunslinger is probably not great, they probably won't follow your orders. He wanted an authentic spaghetti western protagonist, and so Nome was born. She lasted 2 weeks before she killed the Risti that made her, and but because she was made to be a good gunslinger, the Babas came in and took her in. So she really hasn't beaten her conditioning. She's still the same. She's still the way she was made, but the way she was made was probably not smart. So that's why she's there.
It's conducive to criminal activity, we'll say.
Yeah.
So
there you go.
awesome. So yeah, like we said, or like I said, this is all taking place in Akeidito. The you guys can't see it because I'm just doing this on the recording, but anyone watching on YouTube can see it. I have the Owl Bear Rodeo map on the right side of the screen, and within Akeidito there are 5 layers. You have the tip-top most of the neighborhood that's basically above Broadcast Square, which is a known official location, canonical location in New Angeles, and Broadcasters Corporate Park is the is made up of the star scrapers that stretch far above it, and is where most of the high-level C-suite corpo activity takes place. Below that, we have the upper level, referred to as the Heights in Akeidito of the neighborhood. It is where the main tube depot is. There's also the Nebonins, which is basically the Amazon AWS equivalent within Android, which is unique to our setting. That's not canonical, and some other things, including Big Church and the Botanical Gardens. And this is all like the upper levels of New Angeles, and it's sort of where a lot of above board commerce takes place. Then below that, we're still in the Heights, but we're at the residential level of the Heights. This is where we have the Jackson Howard Executive Preparatory School, for example, which is where most of the Risties send their kids to school. It's a private school. We also have the NAPD Akeidito Precinct right at the very bottom of this level, easily accessible to the Gallows, but still certainly within the Heights, to sort of keep the social classes divided, as is pretty standard, I think, in New Angeles. Then below that, we have the true Gallows. This is the undercity of New Angeles, and the Gallows is the Akeidito undercity in particular. This is where we have most of the working poor, and also where we see a lot of the disenfranchistos and other sort of disenfranchised classes and peoples that live in New Angeles and in Akeidito live down in the Gallows in the undercity. And this is where we have stuff like the community college or the storage wardens, which is a massive sort of a massive warehousing, storage, and maintenance facility thing combination for the entire neighborhood. We also have some seedier spots like Paul's MMA Club, which also runs illegal fights and gambling by not really by night, but just sort of under the radar, where you might occasionally run into some of those Risties from the Heights, actually, as they get their gambling fix and lust for blood sport in. And that is also where we will be starting today. Before we move on, though, right below that, we also have the ground level, which technically is not the Gallows. The ground level is ground level. Typically, people don't live there. It's if anything is there, it's stuff that needs to be off the radar, like the Geo Labs, which are contract scientific labs, or stuff that has been built over and around and totally forgotten about, such as the abandoned playground. There is also Hivic Channel, which is a location within Akeidito that I think both Scarpy and I are pretty proud of, which is basically in Akeidito and New Angeles in general, you have an incredible need for intensive air conditioning and cooling, and all of that cooling has to condense into liquid runoff somewhere, and that somewhere is Hivic Channel, which is a largely avoided and abandoned, smelly channel, but on the banks of the channel, disenfranchistos, fugitives, people just deeply, deeply down and out on their luck, live along those banks and have created a sort of tent city, not utopia, but a sort of settlement or colony in its own right, because there are also like mushroom farms and stuff like that. So, so that is Akeidito at a glance. As I said, we are focusing on this group of clones that, following this story, following this adventure, will likely have their story known as, or will be known themselves as the Guillotines. Deep in the Gallows, we are at the council chambers of the Babas, which is, I think, a nondescript place outside. It probably is just a relatively bare metal, almost warehouse style door that faces yet one of many back alleys within the Gallows. And as you enter, though, this opens up into this elaborate installation with wood paneling and chambers and offices, all in service to the Babas. This organized crime group that, though not well known within the New Angeles ecosystem overall, but within Akeidito, they have been here since before Akeidito was Akeidito. Rumor is the Babas are an early Jinteki experiment run amok, and they quickly freed themselves from their Jinteki conditioning and began to make a life for themselves in Akeidito while the beanstalk itself was still being built. So they have been here since before the beanstalk was even completed. And they have gotten themselves involved in all manner of criminal and probably not criminal as well activity in Akeidito. In particular, we are interested in two of the Babas, though there are many of them. One, I guess I'll just sort of introduce them as we meet them, because the first Baba that we see is the Baba of Poisons. She has been running the drug and chemical engineering trade for the Babas since forever. And we zoom in on this council chamber. Red wall panels, impressive marble columns also painted red. It is fairly dark, though they're raised up above by the ceiling. It's rimmed with sort of a balcony and skylights, and it's not clear if the skylights certainly lead to outside the building, but they also have like a sunny sky projected on them, so it looks like it's they lead to outside of New Angeles, even though that doesn't make sense because you're in the Gallows. So there's some sort of illusion and trickery with projected light happening here. But focusing in on the Baba of Poisons, we see her. She is being held by this hulking, brutish creature. hundreds of pounds for sure. Very clearly some sort of, not a G-monstrosity, but some sort of genetic experiment gone awry. While humanoid in form, his musculature is Hulk-like. He is enormous, standing probably about 7 feet tall, and looming over the ragdoll body of the Baba of Poison. However, you can see on his face he has the vapid expression of someone who doesn't quite know the seriousness of the situation he's in. For him, it is very clear that this is a game. And you also know this because you guys have been in combat with him as he's been trying to attack the Baba Poisons for quite a while now. And we jump into the scene. And I'm not going to have us all roll initiative because this is not like a full-on combat scene, but you all get one attack roll, basically, or one action, I should say, as if this was a structured combat encounter as we jump into the scene.
Okay. Do we know why are we here for various reasons, or?
So you can tell me why exactly you're here. At a minimum, the default assumption from me is going to be, we discussed this in the chat a little bit, but the default assumption is that you are here just as there's guard duty in the council chambers. The Babas every now and then will send a retinue of clones that they have brought into the fold. I don't want to say that they're like free or emancipated or anything. They are definitely still working for the Babas, but they are there presumably of their own volition. But the Babas will send them, to do like a stint of guard duty in the council chambers. So unless you say otherwise, the assumption is that you are just there to do guard duty when this attack happens. But if you have an idea of something else, some other reason you want to be there, that is totally fair game.
Nobody was sent here to report she found 20,000 credits in a graveyard. Just kidding. The guard duty is fine. Does anybody else want to go first? I don't want to.
Yeah, go for it.
Okay. I feel like she wasn't in the room, so maybe she's walking by and she happens to see in the chamber, right where it's happening, that there's an attack on one of the people that employ her. So she's gonna quick draw her Fletcher pistol and shoot the guy.
Go ahead.
What range would that be?
We'll say short range for now.
All right, so 1 purple, and I have 2-handed stance. So if I don't have anything in my other hand, which I don't, I get to add advantage to the roll.
Is this
All
the
right.
guy in here that's adversary 3 that we're fighting?
It is, in fact.
Okay, so it is adversary 3.
Yeah.
Okay. 1, 2, 3.
It is the guy whose icon is is Brutus from Fury Road, the comic book version of Brutus.
Okay, so I upgrade that check 3 times. Do you have defense?
So you don't even have to do the upgrading. If
Okay.
you simply go into the gun tab
Okay.
on the right-hand side of the table, and you have your character selected, your weapons should appear. So
Right.
Nome, Fletcher pistol. So you click on that, then you click on the range band above that. So short, and then you will click on the icon for the
guy.
adversary. Yeah, the guy.
Okay.
And then
So-
build pool.
So I have a separate question. So is the story
Sure.
point pool correct currently?
Yes, it is. You have 4
Okay.
player story points and 1 GM story point.
All right. And maybe I missed it. So this guy we've been seeing here for a while. Like he just comes in the chambers, like looking to get the Baba poison. Is that what?
Yeah, I think that we enter in medias res. This fight has been going on for. It's not entirely clear how long precisely, but certainly everyone is a thick layer of sweat and a thin to thick layer of blood coats everyone, depending on how involved in the combat and scuffle they have been.
So it's not that
Okay.
he's come back over the period of several days. It's that this particular fight, we've been here for several minutes or something already.
Yes,
Okay.
exactly. What is the... So you got 4 successes on that roll. What's the damage of that weapon? It should have given the damage result. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm not
That's fine,
RPG Sessions table master. I think I messed it up. But it's a base damage of 4 successes, and it has Pierce 2.
Pierce 2. Okay. What's the damage on the weapon?
Just 4. So it's 8.
Oh, 4.
Total.
Okay, so it's 8.
Yeah.
Okay, 8 with Pierce 2. Cool. Yeah, so as you plink shots off from just outside, or just at the entry to the chambers, you see your bullets sort of do a couple of hits. Who would like to take the next slot?
Is anybody else going to shoot him?
I think Primer's going to, because
Okay. I'll go last
Primer.
then.
Okay, so Primer was on guard duty, we'll say somewhere else in the compound, and had a meeting with the Baba Poisons. She's been somewhat of a mentor for Primer since her deconditioning, I guess I'll say. So Primer makes her way into the room, sees the scene, and she's a bit. She can be a bit unhinged and unrestrained, and pulls out her Fletcher pistol and starts raining down little tiny needles across the entire room. Almost reaches for one of the easily accessible, perhaps too easily accessible grenades across her chest, and stops and knows, well, maybe not the best place. And she's just going to rain Fletcher rounds down.
Yeah. Also, to be clear, you don't know that the Baba of Poisons is dead or unconscious or what. She's not. She's incapacitated, but you're not sure to what extent. So throwing grenades at your mentor probably is not what you want to do.
Or in the facility that employs me.
So
Exactly.
I'm sorry. I think you said that like he's like grappled her or something.
Yeah. So he has. So the hulking figure has the Baba. I think with Nome unleashing a barrage of flechette fire, he probably has one hand up, sort of like to block his face, but in his other hand, he's like, his hand fits around her entire neck and like even part of her chest, I think, or her back.
So are we shooting into an ally who's engaged? Is that...
You technically are, but this isn't that structured of an encounter, so don't worry about it.
Okay.
It's fine. The dude's body is big enough to completely block the Baba from
that's
shots.
true.
So.
Like he's a very huge target. So yeah, it's
right.
He's still silhouette 1, but he's a hulking silhouette 1.
Silhouette 1.
So this was short range, you said?
Yeah.
Silhouette 1 plus.
Yeah, I think short range is fine.
Yeah, that doesn't matter. Okay.
So Shooty McShoot does not land with 0 successes and 1 threat. Hello? Can you hear me?
Yeah, it looks like it.
Can you... Okay, here, I'm good, I'm back. That was weird.
Hello?
Did you guys get booted too, just for like a second?
No, just you.
That is super weird. Let me,
My shot went wide and hit the narrator.
It was super effective. Far too effective. Let me, Okay, I gotta like fix this recording while this is in process. So this is probably really awesome to watch for people.
So I guess me and Primer just walk into the doorway and like shoot at the same time, like sync.
I see one of you guys are like fanning the gun, like in a futuristic setting for some reason, fanning the hammer.
I mean, obviously my Fletcher pistol is modeled after it.
Right? Yeah. After a Western one, that would make sense.
It's still semi-automatic, but you're pulling the hammer back anyway.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm trying to fix this because this like totally screwed up how I had the recording layered and set up.
No worries.
So while this is going on, I think Obsidian is going to be there, but on a different guard duty. So I was hired to be a sysop, so like kind of to do defensive hacking to make sure the Babas weren't exposed. And I would say like I'm like kind of in a clear glass like computer room up above seeing all this, and I'm seeing you guys like fan the hammer and like shoot, and I'm like, well, okay, I guess I should try to keep my job and make sure I get paid. So I like pull out a pistol like unconfidently and start heading over to
Yeah, and I think that
fire.
okay, yeah, that's perfect. So as Obsidian is sort of doing that, and Jade unleashes a barrage of unsuccessful gunfire. We're not going to do anything with the. I'll bank the threat for now, kind of. Not really.
Ooh, that's the
nothing's
best way to
happening.
use threat.
Nothing's happening with the threat that's immediately relevant to you at this particular moment. We'll say. But I think that the hulking figure like lifts his arm up, and he had lifted up before to block Nome's gunfire, and then when and you sort of just fired at the same spot, and it blocked all of the gunfire entirely to him, and he just sort of goes
with his arm. Jesus!
Whoa!
He's laughing. Oh my god! It's terrifying.
And hopefully that's the right tone that I wanted, because I actually can't hear the voice mod. What you're doing on this
it's pretty
recording.
Terrifying. So
Okay.
It sounds like helium. I think that's what it is.
It's definitely deeper than helium.
No, it is Titan actually.
It's Titan sounds pretty close. Yeah.
So he's unfazed entirely, and I guess with a threat, maybe like his mood almost seems. You can tell he feels like it's like this. He's treating this like a game, like a fun game, like a child, like an infant would if you showed them like rattling keys or something. This is just a joy for him. So
well, now
who would
it
like to
seems
take the
problematic
next
to hurt him.
Yeah.
His weapon being moral,
He's got
enforcing morality in his opponents.
That teacup giraffe, too cute to injure ability or whatever.
Good thing Nome was modeled off a movie made in the 50s, so I think I'd be fine.
The longer you fight him, the more and more too cute he becomes, and it becomes harder and harder to do damage.
June can go. So she is like a woman. She's like appears to be wearing a yoga outfit. She's got like a yoga bag. I imagine that she was here to meet with the Baba of Poisons because June is trying to do like Gmod research and development, and so that seems like something that would be in this Baba's wheelhouse. And so she's going to take a strain and extend her claws and just basically try to, like, using her claws, just climb up this dude and like claw at his eyes and face.
Sure. Okay, so you're doing this as just an attack.
It's just an attack, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
No need to figure out anything complicated here.
It's gonna be a skill challenge, and I'm gonna have you roll athletics and coordination. No, it is just just go ahead and roll the normal attack as usual.
Oh my god.
In the fiction, you're doing climbing.
Three upgrades is so scary. Just seeing it in the pool. Let me see. Do I have anything relevant here? Yep. Oof.
Yeah, I mean, I think you do make it up onto. So you had 2 failures and 1 advantage. With that advantage, you do make it up onto. So like from the perspective of everyone else who's been firing at range, they all see June just sort of fling herself onto the hulking figure's back and clamber up. And I think you're maybe doing like you have claw. Are they out of your fingertips or
Yeah,
is it Wolverine?
they're out of the fingertips.
Okay,
No,
so
not Wolverine. It's
so it's like
finger...
that the other mutant character in the really
yeah,
terrible
Sabretooth?
Saber. Oh, let's say Sabretooth. Yeah.
Oh, not Saber. There's Sabretooth too, but then they also had one where she had like nails that like came off the tips of her fingers.
That was a rip-off of X-23, which is horrible.
Yeah, it was a really bad movie, but that was kind of a cool character. It was a cool concept, I guess, sort of.
I don't imagine they're that long though. Maybe like an inch long at most.
Okay, so little cat claws.
Yeah, that's what I mean. That's what the
Gmod
Gmod is called, cat claws. But
okay.
Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. But yeah, so I think that you're just like slamming down into his neck, and you're drawing blood, but it's just not slowing him down. It barely seems to be more than like a pinprick to him, and you with that advantage will just say, because again it's not really strictly tracking threat and advantage for this. You're just sort of you are at an advantageous positioning because you are basally on his shoulders, like a child
he's
riding
too
their
buff
parents'
to
shoulders.
reach behind himself.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. I love that. I think he definitely is doing the thing where like he can get one arm up that he's using to block, but it just stops like right in front of his head, sort of like like Andre the Giant in Princess Bride.
Yeah.
And cool. And then what is Obsidian doing with his free turn?
So I want to go to a balcony, and that's hopefully above and looking behind him. And I want to aim at his elbow so he drops the Baba of Poisons. So can I make that as a roll to try to shoot? So I think I get 2 setback for shooting that there, but do I get a boost for?
I'll give you a boost for the height.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll give you a boost for the height, and you can just add 1 setback. He's got real big, chonky elbows, so they're not that hard to hit. And plus, I think it's a really cool, dramatic moment, so I like that. So I hope you succeed it.
Short build pull. Okay. Am I doing this right? I did a short. Oh, maybe select weapon. Maybe that's it.
Yeah, make sure you have the weapon selected, the target selected, and the range
there
selected.
It is.
So yeah, there's 3 things, just going from bottom to top. You should hit 3 things.
Oh, I don't think that's right, because that's 2 purples. What did I do wrong? I selected him. Try this one more time. Okay.
Yeah, and once you hit build dice pool, then you have to go and hit roll dice.
I see.
But you'll want to add the boost, right? Because I'm not adding the boost, and you want to add the 1 setback because I have that won't be built automatically.
It's the 3, or it's 3 challenge?
3 adversary 3, so yeah, it should be it'll be 1 purple
and
because
2 red.
Well, no, it'll be 1 red and 2 purple. It's gonna be 3 upgraded difficulty dice, but you're at short range, so it should be it's 3 upgrades on 1 purple. So you should be getting 1 red and then. Oh, sorry, no, you should get 2 red. You should get 2 red.
Okay.
Yeah, perfect. I'm not totally sure where that other purple came from, but
I thought it was 2 reds. No,
it should have been just. 2 reds.
Is it just 2 reds? Okay.
Yeah,
reroll?
because
Yeah,
it's
short range with 3 upgrades.
Yeah,
would
so
be
it's
2 reds.
purple, and then the purple gets upgraded to 1 red, and then the other upgrade adds a purple, and then that purple gets upgraded to a red with the final adversary rank.
All right,
So-
my mistake. No
Okay,
difference.
so exact same
All
roll.
right. Nice.
So 2 failures. As you play
And
shots,
as he shoots too, it's like he's kind of scared because he doesn't do this often. So like the gun kind of, it kind of pops up in his hand, and he's like, "Oh God, why am I
Closing
doing
his
this?"
eyes before he pulls the trigger.
Exactly. Yeah. He's like
you
muttering
shot-
to himself, "Squeeze, don't pull trigger." And then
Yeah, we had this moment where you're like aiming, and it looks like you've lined up the shot perfectly, and then like it focuses on your face, and you like pull the trigger and are definitely closing your eyes, and the shots just go totally wild.
I see the shot whizzing by. June is jumped on the back, and so it's just like near her face, even though she's sitting on the back of the hulking figure.
And with that, as you miss, you hear a crash of glass because, of course, that's how she enters the scene, and the Baba of Bullets dives through one of those skylight windows and unleashes a barrage of gunfire at the hulking figure. So she's also going to get 1 quick shot as well. Why is she... That's weird. I don't have her weapons, though, for some reason.
Are they equipped and carried?
Yeah, I'm. That's what I'm thinking is the issue. Drives me nuts. Or does she not have any weapons? No, for some reason she has no weapons. That's fine. I will make up her weapon roll on the spot, I guess. So
If you don't have them carrying it, they don't show up on the sheet. You have to edit. If you did it before.
no, it's not that. It's
Okay. Yeah, I
It's,
recently had that issue with a lot of my NPCs. So.
I just, because this NPC isn't like that active in this session, in this game, so I think I just didn't finish making her character sheet and forgot. So
They
that's on me.
do 11 base damage, accurate 3, guided.
Crit 1.
Yeah.
Well, it is the Baba of Bullets, and you can see the Baba of Bullets in the splat. It's not worth pulling up or anything right now, though. But yeah, she unleashes a barrage of gunfire though at the hulking figure. It doesn't land any of the attacks, but it's from she has sort of like pulls out 2 different SMGs, and you just hear the rat-a-tat of just sheets of gunfire unleashing with precision, albeit not damaging precision, at the hulking figure. And with that, though, when he sees her, his eyes go wide, and he realizes that he is outclassed at the moment, and he drops the Baba of Poisons on the ground, her limp figure coming to rest on the chamber floor, and he's about to turn and run, but then he sort of cocks his head as if he remembers something, and he turns around and, facing the Baba of Bullets, says,
Haelmoni Yega says, hi.
Jesus Christ.
and then he leaps up and leaps out of the leaps the balcony level, and then just sort of like bursts through one of the skylights and disappears into
And I get off his
sky.
back sometime before that.
Yeah, you. Yeah, and then June and the hulking figure disappear. Yeah, you fall off his back though. I think like you fall off his back as he like launches himself up.
Well, yeah, when he jumps up or something.
Yeah. Yeah. But I'm gonna flip a story point to have that happen, as this is kind of a character narrative driven getaway for that character. And he is gone. The chamber now empty, save for the still body of the Baba of Poisons, and the four of you and the shattered glass and blood all over the chamber floor. The Baba of Poisons, as you guys are sort of regrouping not Baba Poisons, as you guys are regrouping, the Baba of Bullets leaps down off the balcony and rushes over to the Baba of Poisons. And
I would also be rushing
Mhm.
over and getting some medical supplies out of my yoga bag.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, so you get there right after the Baba of Bullets gets there, and by the time you get there, it is clear that the Baba of Poisons is dead. Her neck is bent at an unnatural and horrific angle. Her eyes roll back in her head. She is no more. So there's no medical check you can do. I think, however, and you can each tell me how familiar you are with the Baba of Bullets, but regardless of personal familiarity, the Baba Bullets has a reputation for being a stone cold killer. She is not expressive at all. Some Babas are, some Babas aren't. The Baba Bullets is one that basically is known for just having probably the best poker face of all the Babas. And for the first time you can recall, you see a sorrow and sadness wash over her face. And a single anime tear rolls down her cheek as she holds the dead body of her sister.
What's the appropriate way to address a Baba? Do you just call them Baba?
Yeah, I think Baba or Ma'am or something. I mean, there's a hierarchy, but it's not. Actually, I don't know. I think that because they are sort of like building a society of clones, right? That's like their big thing, is that they really care about the clone lines. So I would imagine that it's probably Baba is the typical greeting, because it's more familial.
All right. I sagely tell her, Baba, nothing ever goes away until it has taught us what we need to know.
And so
Yeah.
Obsidian runs down and is kind of like, "Oh, I'm sorry." Seems like unsure how to like socially engage. This seems sad.
Is there a Hallmark card for this? I don't know.
The net has not prepared me for the emotional engagements like this.
Yeah. Obsidian is mostly on Reddit and like 4chan or something, so like actual human emotions are really hard to understand.
That's it. Yeah,
He just
full on.
he searches
How
for
he
a Giphy.
contextualizes the world is through posts and blogs and like stupid YouTube videos like that.
Yeah.
That's the real world. This is all just formality out here. So it's
You're just frantically searching tenor for a meme. You're like, oh, there's got to be an appropriate GIF for this somewhere. I don't know where it is.
He's like
crying.
And he's like, usually I hate Twitter and all its forms, but if you want to tweet your emotions, I think that's appropriate here.
Oh my god.
Yeah,
And then she shoots us all.
Are Nome or Jade, Primer doing anything?
Primer has ran up while everyone else is tending to her. Primer has followed this beast Hulk-like thing and is still taking pot shots at the hole in the ceiling, essentially. I don't know if you can hear that, but my dog is going crazy.
Even the dog's sad about this. It's a sad moment.
Yeah.
That's actually what Primer is saying. And just shooting up
just into the night sky, the skylight. Well, that's cool. Yeah, I think so. You're like up on you've made your way up to the balcony where he broke through the glass, and are just like plinking shots. And I think so. Primer, you see. So outside the projection with the glass shattered, you see what is actually outside, and it is clearly used to be the roof of the structure at some point, but over the decades, centuries, whatever, over the indeterminate but long amount of time that New Angeles has been in existence and been building on top of itself, other scaffolding, other buildings have been built over, and it is sort of like this large, almost elevator shaft-like chamber that stretches up into darkness above you, and you sort of see the hulking figure leaping, almost a simian-like from wall to wall, and at some point, at the very edge of your ability to see him, sort of just like bursts through a maintenance hatch or something, some sort of panel that was clearly meant to be opened and closed, and like just dive into the guts of the city wherever that hatch leads to.
Primer takes whatever kind of note she can of at least even the direction, that like cardinal direction, and stops pulling the trigger when she starts hearing the click of the handgun not working anymore, and walks down to meet the rest of the group.
Nome, are you doing anything in this moment?
I think that she would just kind of she holds her gun, and she's just kind of waiting to see what the Baba Bullets is going to say. I think she either expects to be killed for failing to be a bodyguard, or is expecting to be asked to follow suit. So she's just waiting.
Okay, perfect. And I think, and yeah, rather than being killed, far from it. I think that as you said that June, did she put her hand on the Baba's shoulder? Is that what you said, or just she spoke? Okay, so I think that after you say your piece to the Baba of Bullets, the Baba of Bullets sort of closes her eyes for a second, and you hear her take a deep breath, and she recenters herself. She slaps your hand away and looks up at you, and she says,
I'm going to have to report this to the rest of my sisters. But we're going to respond. You are going to respond.
and with that, she grabs June. She sort of leans in close to June, and she grabs you, puts her hands like on either side of your face, like her palms are on your cheek and her thumbs are like right under your eyes, sort of like in that like really scary, like the most terrifying way you can grab someone's head. I think she does that, and she leans in close.
I want you to find Haelmoni Yega. I want you to find him and take his fucking head. And any motherfucker who helped him, you cut those bellyborn ditches down.
And she like throws you to the ground, and then she just walks down, exits the chamber without another word. And I think that Obsidian, you, with your history with the Purefleshers, you recognize Haelmoni Yega as being the leader of the Purefleshers.
Obsidian kind of takes that in and being like, it like he starts breathing kind of heavy because he's realizing like this is connected to him and his brothers, and he's like, I'm fucking in. Let's do this. With that being said, do we get some help, or is it just us?
She's gone already. She's already out of the room.
Yeah. I'm more asking it to the group in general, just kind of like.
But no, you, as the GM, you do not have any explicit assistance outside of the group that's playing.
Like, this guy's no joke. He has many people we have to get to just to even have a chance to get to him. But I'm down if you guys are.
We have our orders.
Yeah, I think also like it was maybe you could think it was a request, but I think that you would probably understand that it's a very forceful request.
Yeah, no, hands on the face. I think that does it for me. I get that social inference for sure. So, can I look through the net, like briefly, and just see maybe the last known location of Hiega?
Yeah, I think that. Yeah, you can do like a general net search just for like finding location information of Haelmoni Yega. That would be that would be a net knowledge check. I think that wouldn't be like computers are hacking or anything.
Okay. Yeah.
And I think that would be a average. This should just be an average check.
Okay.
One setback though as well. Because he's probably he tries to stay off grid.
Okay, so you said net, you said average with setback?
Yeah.
Okay.
So with one success and one threat. So you you find reports of where Haelmoni or where the Purefleshers have been operating out of. I think that you are able to access the dark net or undernet or whatever stupid thing it's called.
Donation page.
The what?
The donation page.
Or just the donation page. We put all of our donation pages on our Patreon is actually on the dark web. No, but yeah, you find like mostly you're just finding information on the Purefleshers themselves, not necessarily Haelmoni Yega in particular. But you know that there is one location in Akeidito that still automatically maintains a lot of records like that related to governance and filings and stuff. So if he were to move and change his residence or something, or change his base of operations for the not the Purefleshers, of course, but Haelmoni Yega is associated with the let me remember what it's called.
Like he's got like legitimate businesses and stuff.
Yeah, well, so he is directly publicly associated with the I don't have that on here for some reason. This is super frustrating. With the Association for Human Purity. Does that sound right to you, Scarpy? I'm trying to remember.
Like the official name for the Human First or whatever.
Oh, here it is. Yeah, it's the official name is the Association for Human Purity. So, and I think that actually what you get with that success and that threat is that you know that Haelmoni Yega, you know him as associated with the Purefleshers, but that you realize finally you connect the dots and you realize that the Purefleshers are basically the terrorist wing of the Association for Human Purity, a so-called nonprofit that is intent on increasing natural born un-Gmodded spirituality in the human populations. They're not anti-Bioroid, they're just anti-Gmod and anti-clone. Those are the things they hate. They're cool with artifice of natural man, but unnatural man is not what they're down with. So the Purefleshers, though, are their terrorist wing. And you make that connection. You're not able to find the exact location, though, but you know that the Akeidito Public Library maintains a lot of those automatic government records. So if you needed to figure out where their last base of operations was, the Association for Human Purity, you would need to check with the public library.
Okay. I relay this message to the group and kind of like, this should be our stop.
Are you you're certain about the Purefleshers? That man did not seem like pure flesh.
Whatever they want to fucking call themselves, I don't know. But that's what the Baba told us to do. And honestly, I have a personal score with them anyway, so it doesn't matter how we get there as long as we get there.
would we know if the Babas are clones themselves? Is that something?
I don't think it's ever explicitly stated that they're clones, but it's pretty
Okay.
obvious that they're clones. They're not like shy about it. It just
Yeah.
There's
Who
something like
else?
Genteki and fucky with them because they look like they're 30, even though they've been around for like 100
yeah,
years, right?
exactly. So they've also been around since as long as the Babas have been a thing. The same Babas, the same
Okay.
physical beings have been the Babas for as longer than the Beanstalk has been completed. And they have not aged. They all look to be in their late 20s, early 30s, and they all look pretty similar. They don't look identical. They're not identical sort of twins, but they all look like they could definitely be cousins. And they have they're vaguely, it's because it's Akeidito, vaguely Korean looking.
Okay. Also, we do a quick check and see if anything was left behind, like a physical specimen or some sort, or something like that, of either from the Baba poison or the hulked out guy.
Some like a blood sample or something you wanna?
Yeah, anything like that.
I
Blood
think you could,
sample.
I would say
piece
that's a
off
story.
of it.
That's a story point spend, and you could just say that he left behind a blood
Okay.
sample.
I've
That's totally
definitely got some
legit.
tissue in my claws.
Yeah, perfect. Yeah, so I think that'd be
Okay.
a fair story point spend to just say that you have a blood sample or tissue. You some flesh
Nope.
from the.
So we both
Oh,
used one. I'll undo mine.
Okay.
All right.
Okay. Is there and so like noticing I guess the kind of bloods the like your claws being dirty. And more Obsidian more mentions like, should you clean those up? It's a little gross.
She like looks down. She's like a little bit covered in blood, and she was like realizing it for the first time. And she's gonna. I've got like a med kit and stuff, so I imagine I have like some little vials or something that I could put the tissue in case we wanted to analyze that. And I'll probably check it out in the lab later anyway. But and then I'll get a towel out of my yoga bag and clean myself up.
it's like your yoga. It's like a belly bag, right? It's like a
Yeah,
or
it's
whatever.
yeah.
Like this entire
Unroll a
setting
yoga
seems
mat.
super futuristic, and it's over the top with science and technology, and then you just got like a
Fanny pack.
A giant fanny pack.
Oh, it's a Bucky Weave yoga tote.
Oh.
So,
Oh, okay. It's Bucky Weave. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
fine then.
yeah.
it's science magic. It's
Futuristic.
It actually analyzes the sample for you automatically. It uses Bucky Weave.
Yeah, it checks to make sure you're sweating out all the appropriate toxins that you're expecting to.
Check it for antioxidants or something or whatever, or
Mhm.
radicals, free radicals.
when you reach into the bag, it gives you exactly what you need. Like, oh, I didn't know I needed water. Okay.
But yeah, so
Okay.
you have the sample. I think that if you wanted to do so, as far as were you hoping to take it to a lab to analyze or something?
I guess Obsidian can answer that because he was the one who thought of that first, right?
So let's see. I think the labs are a step lower.
The geolabs are so you could go to the geolabs. It would be, unless you have like a crazy favor or something, though I guess you could spend a story point to have like a favor, to have someone sneak you into the geolabs. But the geolabs are like
Super high tech.
super like highly sensitive, very cutting edge technology contract research for mostly the megacorps. You don't really just sort of like saunter into the geolabs and be like, hey man, I want to use one of your wet labs.
Yeah.
That doesn't
And
happen. But the
But
community college would have stuff like that though, for sure.
Okay.
Are we
I
hoping
have
to
a-
like, I don't know, synthesize a weakness or something for this guy, or
I was about to
what's?
say, if we know where they are, I mean, Nome is just like, let's just go and shoot it up, like, right?
Well,
like her instructions were.
I think
Kill
the community college would have a lab like that. Also, I'll mention that Benny's Culty Meats Shack it's basically like a diner where the Gallows and the Heights meet to do business usually, but it's run by a former Jinteki. I don't remember if he's an engineer, but it's run by a former Jinteki employee, and it focuses on making burgers out of weird engineered meat. So there could potentially be a way to do some sort of like analysis at the Culty Meats Shack too.
So, in responding to like, yeah, I know we need to go shoot them up, but we need to attack all avenues. Maybe the library doesn't have everything we need. And since we're on the same level as like the community college, and I have a favor with someone there, maybe we can just go there and use the favor and do the analysis, and then head up to the. And I think the tube rides from the community college, if I'm looking at this right to the public library.
Yes.
So I think it's on the way. If that's what you guys want to do.
Sounds fine with me.
Primer looks up from the dead Baba poison body and says, "You know what? I don't really care where we go. We need to get going. This whoever did this, whoever's behind it, we got something to do. We got to do it now."
Yeah, and just to clarify, sort of mechanically, because I realized I didn't put the legend into the background map for you guys. The solid lines are tube connections.
Okay.
Those are a subway basically. The double solid lines are public hopper, so bus route. The big stagger step lines, so the one that's coming from like Jackson Howard Executive Preparatory School to Broadcast Square Main Tube Depot, for example, is a lift. This is a direct lift connection between those two locations. Approximately, it's not like directly into the school, but it's within on the same block or whatever. And then the small dotted lines are footpaths.
Let's head to the community college.
Sounds good to me.
Okay, so now we get into some mechanical stuff. Where let me well, I guess I can just look directly at the resource. So this drawing error. 1 second.
While we're headed to community college, I think Nome would just grab June for a second and say something very short like, watch your step, these two, is personal for them. Just as something like that.
She nods.
Then she goes back to chewing her gum that smells and tastes like chewing tobacco.
Worst.
Synth
The
tobacco.
single worst gum you could ever have. Yeah, we made this gum. It tastes like mint and dip. It's great. Let's see. Locations. Why did I... Discovering I should put bookmarks in certain spots. I didn't put them in. Okay, so... how are you getting... I don't think... If you are going to go to the Storage Warrens or Gracie's Gearheads, because you're sort of in between them, I don't think you need to do a check for that. Just because we'll say like you're pretty proximate to them. But if you're just hoofing it off grid straight to Akeidito Community College, that would be an off grid check. So the way that we have suggested you do off grid traversals in Akeidito is that it's a streetwise check to figure out how you're going to get somewhere, and the difficulty is based on what level that you're at. If you're at the very top by the by Broadcasters Corporate Park, that's a simple check. You don't even need a check for that because that's very easy to traverse around there. There's also not a lot of nodes to go there. So, But below that, it's 1 difficulty, 2 difficulty, below that, 3 below that, and then it's 4 purple. It is daunting, right? Daunting is 4.
4 is daunting.
Yes, okay. Yeah, D. So it is daunting at the ground level. So here it's just a hard check.
Would there be a downside to just going to the gearhead shop and taking public? Would there be like a
Yeah, I feel like we have a good chance of getting lost with a
Yeah,
purple check.
the Gracie's gearheads. So
So that
the
has a lift, right, to the community college. Is
that has
Yes,
a public
you go.
hopper directly to the community college.
Public
Yeah.
hopper?
So the
Okay.
issue with Gracie's gearheads is that just there are people there and there's potential random encounters that could happen. But yeah, you could go to Gracie's gearheads.
What do you guys want to do?
does anybody have a good streetwise check? I don't.
I do not. What
Is
I do
anybody
have
better than
is
2 greens?
I have 1 yellow, 1 green.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that helps. I also do have knack for it for streakwise, so I can remove 2 setback die in a check.
Also, I'll give you well, I was gonna say I'm not gonna give you a setback on this. I'm
This,
actually gonna
so,
offer a
yeah.
boost on this, just because one, you're kind of close by. Also, this is all sort of within the Baba's turf. This is in your territory, so people are less likely to mess with you for the moment.
If Jade looks like she's gonna lead us, I'm gonna say wherever you go, there you are.
Well, you're not wrong. I'd say we head to Gracie's. It'll probably be a little quicker than trying to huff it.
That makes sense to me.
Yeah.
Right, to Gracie's it is. So that's
Really, nobody will bother the cowgirl yoga instructor and hacker and
Well,
demolitionist.
and the nice thing is Gracie's, there is a sort of standing relationship between Gracie of Gracie's Gearheads and the Babas, because Gracie's Gearheads is a hopper shop and really chop shop, but they also provide transport sometimes under the table for clones fleeing the Akeidito and also just New Angeles in general. So as you approach Gracie's, Gracie's Gearheads is filled with overwhelming hustle and bustle as ground vehicles are lifted and lowered for undercarriage work. Hopper panels are popped off with loud pre-pops or pressure popper tools. And a small army of technicians scrambles through the handful of garages, hallways, stationary rig rooms, and more of the large hopper shop in order to maintain the near continuous flow of vehicles through the establishment. An observing eye might catch a glimpse of bioroids and clones patiently standing in groups as techs quickly close the doors. The smell of oil and ozone assaults your olfactory senses before a voice that is simultaneously petite and gruff calls out, and I'm not going to do the voice because I don't know how to do that voice, even though I wrote that. Be with you in just a jiff, hon.
Do we see anyone else in there? Is it just her?
Yeah, you see, there's like technicians everywhere. That's so you. It is a busy, extremely busy shop.
And did I remember right that they do stuff for the Baba of Bullets? So like,
Yeah,
they
all
might
the
have
Babas.
guns or something, or they only do vehicle stuff.
I don't think guns would be something that they would necessarily have. But yeah, it would be mostly vehicles. So if you wanted a stolen hopper with its VIN filed off or scrubbed or whatever, Gracie's is where you would go.
We could like mention what happened and see if they can help us with the vehicle or something. Tell her the Baba of Bullets will owe her one.
Okay, that's a good idea. I mean, we're kind of speaking for the Baba Bullets. We think they'll be pissed about that. As I say that, Obsidian like envisions her hands on his face, and he's like, "Yeah, I don't want to be the one to say that." So
I think under the current circumstances, we have a little liberty with whose pocketbook we can throw around.
What was the exact wording of Baba Bullet? She said she wants the head of
Fucking tear his
Vega,
head off, and
tear his
any
head
of the
off.
other
Anybody that helping him, and then
bellyborn fucks.
did she say like kill anybody that stands in your way?
I feel like it was implied.
Yeah, I'll let you take whatever implication you want out of it, but I think that's a fair understanding.
So Nome's hang on. Nome's flaw is that she's very literal. So if she didn't literally say "don't kill anybody in your way," she wouldn't. That's why I want to know. Like, what did she?
She did not. She said, "And kill any of the bellyborn." So the which is a sort of pejorative for naturals that enabled or helped or assisted or Haelmoni Yega in any way.
Okay. She won't open fire then. Just kidding. She wouldn't do that.
hand on the gun and then remove it. Like, that's fine.
Great. So I was just saying hello.
I mean, yeah. I mean, there's a public one. I mean, like, or do we want, or we're trying to get a personal one so that we can just take it wherever after the college.
Personal, I guess. So we can.
Let's see.
Yeah, we can ask. Yeah, and see what she says.
Okay, so you're gonna ask her for Hopper, or okay?
Do we have like a face in the group, or should I just start talking? I have 2 greens in all social checks.
I have 2 greens, but I have 1 yellow in coercion.
I have 2 yellows in deception, and I have 1 yellow in negotiation.
Yeah, that's fun.
Yeah, that's you.
Okay. All right, so Obsidian goes up to Gracie and kind of relays like, "Hey, the Baba tasked us with something heavy," and like kind of mentions like thinking he's dropping ball, like the Baba poison is dead, and like he kind of puts his hands on the table dramatically and sort of like looks at Gracie in the eye to see her reaction.
Yeah, I think that when you before you even start talking to her, when you come up and you well, have you met Gracie before, or are you thinking no?
I don't think so. I don't think there'd be a reason that I would have needed to. Yeah.
So as soon as you mention the Babas, she immediately takes on a pensive expression on her face, and as you continue your recap of what has recently happened, she sort of looks more and more nervous, chewing on her hair, and sort of you can see her eyes darting around, looking uncomfortable. And when you finish, she sort of like looks at you with really an expression, I think, of pity, and she says, "Oh, hon, everyone knows already that the Babas are on the chopping block. I think you all better get out of town."
Well, the problem with that is the Babas told us or requested very strongly that we have to help, and I think that was extended to anybody she's capable of killing. So if you don't help us, we might have to tell the Babas that you were less than cooperative and making sure we bring her killer to justice.
Go ahead and roll a coercion check. It'll be Let me just pull up my GM screen real
Can,
quick.
can I roll it as deception because I'm kind of lying here? Like I'm not.
I mean, I appreciate the ask, but that's definitely a coercion check.
Okay.
Okay.
And it goes against.
Could I assist by? I'm just gonna move the paunch out of the way so she sees my gun. So I can, if I can give my yellow to
More
Obsidian
deceptive,
here.
right?
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah. What's your? Yeah, we can do this as a group check between the two of you. So it's whoever has the you take the highest of the skill ranks between the two of you and the highest of the characteristic rank. So whoever has the higher coercion contributes to that, and then
Your coercion's higher. I don't have any points in it.
I have 1 rank, but I only have 2 will. If I
Can
have a
I-
higher one.
Can I add a boost to this if I say something as well? Or is it encompassed by the group check already?
no, you can add a boost.
All right. I'm
Go
going to tell her, do every act of your life as though it were the very last act of your life.
She rolls her eyes incredibly hard. It causes some psychic damage to her.
Audibly rolls her eyes.
Yeah. You hear like a grinding as her eyeballs just roll around in their sockets. Cool. Yeah. So you can add a boost. And if you're gonna like stand cross-armed, sort of gloomy behind them, you can also add a boost from primer if you want.
We also, because we're clones, we also get an advantage for
That's
any
true
opposed
for
check.
every opposed check, yeah.
So don't forget
that's
the
right.
advantage.
You don't all get.
Right,
It's
right,
not 4 advantage.
yeah.
It's 1 advantage.
But it's just one.
Just to be
Yeah,
clear.
that's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's opposed by your discipline, so it is going to be, I think, 1 red and a purple.
Okay, so am I making the roll because I have the rank?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Does anybody else have better will than 2?
No, I think it's you.
Okay.
Not
so
the
that's
most social clones.
yeah. Well, a coercion check with 2 boosts, red, purple, and then I'm adding an advantage because of.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. For your
Opposed checks.
cloniness.
Okay.
Oh.
Well,
Okay.
So 0 successes for advantages. It's a lot of advantage. So, but with the 0 successes,
And
yeah, Gracie like cocks an eyebrow at you, and she's like, "Hun, I've been working with the Bobbas longer than you've been out of the vats. I don't think you can just mosey on in here and try and run roughshod over my shop." So she will definitely not be giving you a hopper for that. But with that advantages, yeah, do you have an idea what you want to do?
no, I was
Okay.
afraid to ask. Is she a bellyborn?
No, she is a
Probably,
clone.
right? Oh, really? Okay.
so
I
with advantages, can we spend some to figure out her desire? Maybe we can lean on that for.
yeah, Gracie is she is. So I think with one of those advantages, maybe I can give you that information that Gracie herself is in a you would know about her background if you want. And we'll call that sort of 2. Okay, so we'll say that's like 2 advantages, but because it's pretty big. But you recall from discussions you've had back at the Baba's councils or council chambers, referring to Gracie and Gracie's gearhead, that Gracie is in fact an escaped clone, that the Babas helped find her freedom and open up this shop, and that's why Gracie regularly assists the Babas in their quote unquote projects. But yeah, she is herself a clone. She's not a bellyborn.
Okay. Okay, I think I have an idea. Can we know her desire with some of the other advantages? I think 2. What's the cost? I don't have it up right now.
Yeah. So her well, I don't think you need to spend advantages on that. I mean, her desire is to basically just like keep the shop going, and when she can help out the Babas. It's not.
And so.
Yeah, she's not trying to hide it from you or anything. She's not hiding the ball.
Okay, so Obsidian's gonna say, "Listen, it came after one of the biggest clones of us. When they come after one of us, you know that they're gonna come after the rest of us. You think Gracie's gear is gonna be safe from the same targeting?"
Yeah. If the Babas are gone, do you think they're gonna let you keep this shop?
I'm not gonna have you roll for this because that's a good point, but she sort of sighs, and I think with those other two advantages, I'll give you some more helpful information. But yeah, she sighs real deeply and she says, yeah, well, you're right. What's bad for the Purefleshers is bad for all of us. If you go stomp out Haelmoni Yega, it's not gonna chap my ass any. So here's what I'll do. I can give you I can lend out one of the hoppers we're fixing on right now. It'll take me a couple hours to get it ready, but it should get you where you need to get going easily across Akeidito. It might not take you much further than the edges of the neighborhood, though. It's still a work in progress, you might say. But tell you one last thing, hon. You better keep an eye on your 12 o'clock. Yaks are on the prowl, and they smell blood in the water. And when yaks smell blood, well, it tends to get a whole lot bloodier, if you know what I mean.
Blood's fine by us. Primer says as she's still wet with whatever was left over from lava poison.
Okay, so since it's going to take a couple hours, maybe we head to the community college, do the blood sample, and come back.
Yeah.
I think that's the best way we can keep ourselves busy rather than
Sitting around
Waiting
here.
around.
sitting
Yeah.
here
We could
waiting.
just stay here and loom.
Eat
We
snacks
could
in the lobby.
pull all the pins on Prime's grenades and say, "Give us a hopper right now, or we're gonna blow up the shop." No, just kidding. Yeah.
All right, so you guys are heading to the community college?
Yeah.
All right, cool. So one thing I'm going to do is I'm going to pull the Baba of Bullets off the game table because she is pieced out. Same thing with hulky dude whose name you don't quite know yet. But yeah, so you were at Gracie's Gearheads. I should have moved your little icon. And you are now on the, you're taking a public hopper to Akeidito Community College. We'll jump straight to the public hopper. And
Is this like a flying bus, basically?
yeah, exactly.
Okay.
That's exactly what it is. It's much smaller occupancy, obviously, than the tubes, but they can also go pretty much anywhere within their respective neighborhoods. But the buses are the public hoppers are very much limited to like their particular routes, and I think that they're I think that they are automated. There's not like a hopper driver. There's basically an AI program that drives all of them. So if anything happens on the public hoppers, that they're maybe not the safest spot, just because of the fact that there's no like security or enforcement or anything on them. But with that, we jump into the public hopper. It looks very much like a multi. I don't know if every city has this. I imagine most big cities have this, but where you have like the buses that have like the there's like the accordion middle part. It's
Yeah.
like a two compartment bus. I imagine that the public hoppers are about the size of those two compartment buses and very similar on the inside. Each with respective each compartment having their respective whatever you call it, the hopper copter lifts thing, whatever they're called, quads. But yeah, so they each have those respective things. We are in the bus. You guys can tell me exactly how you're situated, and while you're doing that, all of you roll a I think with Gracie's information, you are all sort of on the guard a little bit. So this is going to be an average vigilance check.
Do we get any boost or anything for the warning?
Yeah, I'll give you a boost for the warning. Technically, the warning is what made it vigilance, I think, but I'll give you a boost for the
Okay.
warning.
Oh, what disconnected from the table?
Oh yeah, I got that too. Failure to
Oh,
respond.
you might have to refresh and log back in.
Okay.
Okay, so Jade, Primer, 2 successes, 1 advantage. June, 1 failure, 1 advantage. While okay, cool. Nome, 1 failure, 1 advantage.
Okay, log back in. So vigilance.
Yep, and just
Average.
2 purple.
The camera keeps cutting close-ups of Nome's eyes and random passengers on the bus eyes for no reason.
You keep you keep focusing on passengers, but they also incidentally make eye contact back, and you're just like, oh
Mhm.
god, that is the worst thing you can do on public transit, and you just like look away immediately. Okay, and 2 successes from Obsidian. So Primer, you see. I'll let you all sort of figure out where you can all decide where you are on the bus, but you Primer and Obsidian, both of you notice sort of a handful of ruffians, of street bangers. I just want to show everything. One, a young woman, clearly sort of leading them as the group of 3 lower level or sort of like lower hierarchy street bangers sort of listen to what she's saying, but you notice that every now and then they're sort of talking quietly amongst themselves, and every now and then they look in your direction.
Primer is going to sit down next to June and ask, June, you got one of them towels of yours? I'm going to maybe clean myself up before we get any further into public.
Of course.
She takes one of the towels and maybe some alcohol swabs or something from the bag and kind of just starts cleaning her eyes. She puts the towel over her head. She says underneath it, she says, all right, back of the hopper for checking us out. And cleans herself up, but kind of under her breath fills in June with what she saw.
June nods.
Should all be on a new map, by the way.
Yep.
Okay, cool.
Oh, nice.
Obsidian sitting closer on the other side of the bus, when noticing them, immediately pulls out like a data pad and quickly Googles on the dark web like combat in a tight enclosed space.
Top 10 strategies.
Yeah, just like okay, all right.
Like you just get like that one scene in like in Daredevil, and then like The Raid, and then in the new Marvel movie,
Yeah.
the 10 Rings or whatever. Let me see. So I'm just setting up the map real quick. We are going to use sort of abstracted zones.
Nobody is standing in the middle of the aisle, very obnoxiously. That's where she is on the bus.
There's like inexplicably some like gust of wind blowing the poncho slightly.
June would be standing as well, and she's one of the cool regulars that doesn't have to hold on to a handrail. She just keeps her balance.
I think nobody tries to be like that cool, but is used to horses. At least that's what her memories tell her. So she has to grab onto the thing and not the.
That should, most part. That. Okay, cool. So, I am missing. So you guys can place your icons wherever you would like to place them.
Right. So, saying like, staying in the middle of the thing. Right. Oh, you guys are back there. Never mind. I would. There we go.
Nobody like, notices no one's with her. Just like oh, I gotta. But yeah, so the one thing that's probably different from a contemporary bus is that rather than there being a sort of there's doors sort of every few feet, kind of like on a subway, and rather than there being a pit at the front, or not a pit, like the driver's section at the front, there's just more seats. It's sort of just seats all over the place. And this is a pretty packed bus, by the way, too. Or
I know that.
Okay, it's packed. Okay.
Yeah, there's quite a few people.
Sorry, Primer.
Yeah, I'm totally screwed.
I know that Primer was trying to be discreet, but I think Nome would just shout like, if you have something to say it proud, or something back to them.
This bus ain't big enough for the 8 of us.
Obsidian looks up. There's way more than 8 people here. No.
Yeah. Okay. Fine. Yeah, you can say that. We won't enter. We'll enter initiative in just a second. But yeah, the Streetbanger leader, she looks at you and smirks. And let me see if I have a voice for. No, I only have cartoon woman voice, which is not quite the one that I want for this. But she sucks her teeth for a second and says, "Hey, it's Ubercos. Yak say it's open season on you guys. You know, we won't bring you in outright yet. It's not worth that much for random Tuberho heads. But if you can tell us where the Babas are, take us to our Baba, we'll let you flee into the rest of the city." And Tuberho is like a pejorative for clones, basically.
Okay. I would like to use counter offer.
Oh my god, I have that on my lawyer character. I'm playing another campaign. That's a great skill.
Yeah, so I'm going to do a negotiation versus discipline check, and I'm going to say, actually, why don't instead you shut up, otherwise I expose your online activity. You know, and I kind of like... It's like I don't actually know the person's name, but the PC does. So Obsidian's kind of like, oh, this is interesting. I'm like, oh, I'm not sure your partner's gonna like that too much.
Does your grandmother know you're here?
Yeah. She's about to.
Okay, yeah. What counter offer? Let me see how that works exactly. So, I use this talent to choose one non-nemesis. Is opposed negotiation versus discipline? Okay.
I just want to, regardless if this works or not, Nome is shooting her after.
Yeah. So okay, go ahead and roll. So we'll all roll initiative right now, and that the counter. We'll do the counter offer check. Is that even a Is counter offer an action?
I would think it would be.
Yeah, it's listed here as action, so you'll do that on your turn.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, I would. I mean, I can wait to shoot. If you want to. Do that. Sorry.
I think I mean, the sense I'm getting is this kind of all happening at once, so we can just take the turns.
Yeah, I mean, so Genesis initiative order is wibbly wobbly.
We can pick
whatever's appropriately cinematic and compelling. So this is happening sort of in whatever order and sequence makes it the coolest scene that it can be.
Is it cool?
It would be funny if Nome shoots them regardless of what they say to the counteroffer.
Well, so counteroffer works by it's an opposed check, and if they fail the check, they're staggered as they sort of think about the counteroffer. If there is a triumph rolled, you can actually recruit them to your side with that triumph, assuming with like GM based limitations. I'm like, Haelmoni Yega, you're a buddy now, yay! Oh, damn,
yeah,
okay.
but that hulking dude doesn't have much discipline. Just try that on him.
He would be another one where I don't think. Roll vigilance for it's just whatever check you roll, it'll use for initiative, but it's vigilance in this situation.
Okay.
You guys should get a boost too. Sorry, I forgot to.
Oh, is it just it's an unimposed vigilance check, right? Yeah.
Yeah, it's just a simple vigilance check. Okay. Okay, there's now too many.
Yeah, PCs. Okay.
I'll remove the last one. I think that's okay. So we're good on. Oh, you're gonna add one success. Let me see.
You can remove the. Let's see.
So it's 2 successes. So it's 2-1.
So the
So it's 3-1. So that should be
and 1 triumph should be a 3.1 and 1 triumph.
Yeah. So you should have 1 slot at the top.
Yes.
So we do this. There we go. And Nome, if you want to roll a boost as well.
Sure.
I think did June get the boost too? So you guys want to roll?
I didn't. I'll roll it now and.
So mine is now 1.3.
1.3. Okay, so that doesn't change anything.
Nothing changes for me.
Yeah, nothing changes for you. Okay, cool. So so we're good with the initiative as it is.
The PC slot that's just 1.0. I think that's one too many, right? There's only 4 of us, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
No, you added. You're at the 1.1, so you're at the third. Your PC slot that you rolled.
But I see 5 PC.
Yeah,
slots.
5 total is what he's bringing up.
Oh, that.
So one of them is incorrect. So I know I rolled the 0.31 when I rolled.
Sorry, I removed that last one. There, now it should be good.
Okay.
That was the very last one was the one that was in error. Okay. Yeah, so it should be PC, NPC, PC, PC, NPC, PC.
Okay.
So if you want to do your counteroffer now,
Obsidian.
You
Go
can.
for it.
All right.
Okay.
It is. So who are you? Are you addressing the leader or the street banger?
I think it'll be the leader.
Okay. So what do we say? It's a discipline, right? Is the opposition. So it's 2 purple.
Yeah, negotiation versus discipline. Okay.
Yeah, it's 2 purple. I'm gonna upgrade
that's an advantage as well. Okay, you're gonna upgrade.
Yep, with a story point. Because they you have managed to run into particularly bigoted street bangers who don't really like to negotiate with clones.
Okay. And I'm rolling the advantage as well from our clone ability.
That
is opposed. Nice.
Oh no, it disconnected me again. I have to relog.
Mike is suddenly regretting making us all clones.
Everything gets an advantage. Well, I mean, it doesn't affect combat, right? So,
no, unless I do have a talent that's combat related that isn't.
Yeah, if you can grapple, I would assume. Right? Isn't grapple opposed?
I think your
grapple doesn't.
It's not really. Yeah, it's not really well defined. I would run it as an opposed check, so I would give you the advantage.
I'm taking notes.
I think grapple is just technically like a melee check. It's just average.
Yeah.
But I would do it as like opposed athletics or something because I think it should be opposed. 0 successes, 1 advantage though. So
ouch.
Yeah, she like looks at you and just sort of like spits and sort of moves forward, drawing her weapon, or like nods her head in your direction as the rest of the street bangers move forward, drawing their weapons. The crowd around you guys go. They sort of they notice that shit's about to go down, and you just see like all the civilians sort of like there's nowhere to go because you're in a flying you're in a flying tin can that's in the middle of the city. So like they sort of like retract as far as they can against the walls, and there's a little bit of space opens up in the middle of the hopper. And she she says something like I'm not here to negotiate with you, Trebejo. And then do you want to use a maneuver for anything?
Oh, yes, I will take some cover. Behind like half of the
Behind
one of
some
the
other
seats.
passenger.
Yeah, a person or a pat. Okay, you're taking. Yeah, I think you could definitely take cover behind a seat. I think that
Yeah.
as long as you're on the edge of the block, it's just
What
like
do you
that.
mean
That
block?
that's where. So like
You
on the
mean
map. So like you'll be
like here?
No. I mean like where you are right now. I think.
Okay.
You're fine. So the seats are sort of all along the borders. There's no seats like in the middle. So it would just put
Gotcha.
you on the edge. So there's like some windows by you or something. That's the only thing to take note of. But yeah, cool. You get a cover. So it's one. It's partial cover. It's not like a ton of cover. So it's just one setback on attacks. But you get a ranged defense. The street bangers though taking their cue. I think they will. They need their weapons though, so they will actually draw their weapons as a maneuver.
What are they armed with? Do they have guns or just melee things or?
They have guns. They all have pistols. Generic, nondescript pistols. And they're shooting across. I think we'll call these both sort of like zones for the moment. The one thing being that this spot right here, the little accordion in the middle, that I think is going to be that's a difficult terrain. So just like going across that takes an extra maneuver because it's that like weird ribbony type of middle part. But so that they're medium range from you. Who just made that was Obsidian, right? Who made the counter offer?
Yeah.
So, they target you with their pistols, and I did not hit build pool yet. They get a setback because you are behind cover. Do you have anything else for avoiding weapon fire? Okay, cool.
I do have. Yeah, I'll take a sidestep. Actually. So
Okay,
once per
cool.
round, I can suffer a number strain no greater than the ranks in sidestep. To use it, and it'll upgrade the difficulty of all range combat checks targeting me. So
okay.
I'll take one strain, and I'll upgrade the difficulty.
I will replace. I'll roll a red and replace them with a red. To see.
Ooh.
So a failure and a despair. So
Ooh.
that was a
Let's
really
go.
good upgrade. So they do succeed
Oh.
though. So they still
It's the bad guy. It's the bad guy.
Yeah.
yeah. So they still hit you for 7 damage before soak.
I
And they
have
take
the I have the talent forgot to count. I don't. It says 2 threats, but can I say the despair so they run out of ammo?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay.
Pace.
Yeah, so they unleash so they just unleash a barrage of fire. It just shreds the seat, and with the despair. So you can decide what you want to do with a threat as well. But with the despair, all of a sudden, like they're flechette pistols, and so they're electronic, and you hear like a little like beep beep beep, indicating that all of their pistols have run out of charge for a moment. So they'll have to spend a maneuver. They'll spend a maneuver and reloading.
Okay. Ow. as I move from the now destroyed cover.
They have that threat too. So if you wanted to, I mean, you could just make them take a strain if you want, or if there's something else you want to do with the threat. At a
yeah, I
for
should
their
bring
next
up
roll.
the table. I'll say yes to that. They take a strain, but I should bring up the tables here.
All right. Next PC slot.
Primer would like to go if that's all right with everyone.
Yeah, sure.
Primer sees what's going on, hears the shots going off, and reaches for the respirator that she has on her face and turns the front of it about a quarter turn, and you hear a hiss, and she takes a huge inhale. And when she opens her eyes, her pupils are quite a bit small, noticeably smaller. She stands up, takes that hit off of her respirator, and turns to June and says, "Hey, this is gonna be your chance," and grabs one of the grenades from her chest,
Oh, what?
pops it, and throws it to the back of the bus. I'm gonna spend a maneuver though to aim.
Okay.
Good.
So it was a maneuver to activate bad habit.
Wait, so
And
so her pupils get smaller; they don't dilate. So like it's so the drug makes her like more capable, but also harder to see.
That's why she gets a setback.
Yeah.
Okay, that's fair. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Actually, that works totally.
It like narrows her vision, but she's like more intense. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I am targeting the group of street bangers, basically just kind of throwing it over there. Is this short range?
It is medium range while you are
Medium.
across zones from each other. Yeah.
I think grenades are only short, but I do have Grenader, which gives me medium.
Zone or range
Nice.
boost. Nice.
I don't think I have to spend anything to use that, but I think it's just grenades are better for me. Build pool, and then I am taking 2 strain to aim.
Okay. So you're doing 2 aim maneuvers. Nice.
Not to aim. I took a maneuver to use.
Equip it. Oh, right.
Then,
okay, cool.
And then chuck the grenade as an action because I can pull it off of my customized
bandolier,
crossbody bag.
Okay.
For an incidental, and I'll chuck it over there. But I use the second maneuver to aim.
Just reach into your Bucky Weave fanny pack.
And just so everyone knows, this is a stun grenade, so we're not going down.
Oh, okay.
I was expecting to like go full
waited
on
so long to tell us that.
I was like, great. So half the bus is going to be blown up, and we're going to be trailing through the air.
I think all of us know Primer a little bit, and we don't know it's a stun grenade until it goes off.
Yeah, I think that's fair. Well, certainly the passengers do not know it's a stun grenade. So as soon as you like whip out this grenade and throw it, like they are scrambling in your direction. So that's gonna make, I think, everything in the back cabin will be difficult terrain. But yeah, go ahead, roll 1 success. Nice, 2 advantages.
So 1 advantage.
One advantage with the threat.
The setback.
Oh no, no blast.
Okay.
But I have Grenader, and I will spend a story point to trigger blast.
Nice. Okay. So it does stun damage. The strain. Who are you aiming at, by the way?
It was targeted at the street
the leader
street bangers.
Oh, the street bangers. Okay, cool.
Yep.
So that does 9 before soak strain damage, which does 5 soak, or which is 5 after soak.
And then an additional 8 from blast.
Oh, that's crazy. Okay, yeah, that's wow. Let me see. Did I get any of that? Okay, so it's. Yeah,
couldn't have stunned grenade before they shot me.
No.
Go ahead.
So
You seemed like you had something to say.
does blast get resolved with soak independently, or does it add onto?
I think
It
what
must.
people do usually is do like blast minus soak multiplied by number of minions.
Oh yeah. Right, that's true. Okay, cool. And there's 2 minions left after your initial hit. So like I don't know. I guess apparently the blast part didn't happen. You just like nailed one of the street bangers right in the face with the stun grenade and just knocked him out like that. And then the other two. So it's gonna be you said it's 8. Blast 8. Ah, that's so crazy. So that is 4. 4 more wounds, and then 1, 2, 3. Yeah, as the blast sort of, as it explodes in their face and just knocks another one out, sort of launches them against the window into the fleeing crowd. And then the street banger leader also gets hit by the blast, also for 4. And you had 1 advantage. What would you like to spend that 1 advantage on?
I'm gonna turn back to the rest of the party and go, "Did you guys see that? That was awesome!" and pass a boost to whoever goes next.
All right, perfect.
The best way to capture moments is to pay attention.
Do you want to go, June, or
are you going to shoot? Because I'm going to get engaged.
Yes. Yeah, I'm going to shoot. All right, she's medium. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they're medium from you.
If so, one maneuver, I'm just gonna move my token just for right. One maneuver would be here. Yeah.
I don't know. I can't see your cursor.
Oh, I moved my guy.
He moved it.
Oh, you moved your guy.
token.
Oh, yeah. One maneuver would be yeah, basically, because it's difficult terrain. So
right. So
I guess I'll say that you can like move. You'd still be.
Oh, it's difficult terrain. Okay.
Yeah. Just the accordion ribbon.
Okay.
Well, actually, no. All of that's difficult terrain now.
Because the people are playing. Yeah.
You would still be medium, I think. From there, yeah.
Okay.
So I'm sorry. So does he need to spend 2 maneuvers to get into the accordion?
Yes.
Since it's
no,
difficult?
you need to spend 2 maneuvers to get across the accordion into the other zone.
The other.
Basically.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So right now the accordion is acting as like a kind of zone. Like it doesn't change your range band or anything, but it takes its own maneuvers.
So
to get through.
It's like a visual reminder that it's difficult terrain to get to the other zone.
Yeah. Yeah. Exactly.
Okay.
But the other zone is difficult terrain right now as well because of all of the
people.
The people.
You'd think they'd be on the floor now and it'd be easier to get through.
Well, some of them are like slumped. They're stunned by the grenade, right? So some of them are slumped on the floor. I also think that like a stun grenade, it's a flashbang basically. So
there's
like it's really loud. Yeah, there's like and
so at least
half of the windows in the back cabin have just shattered. They were not Bucky windows. These guys skipped out on their window material, so like a bunch of the windows shattered in the back cabin. So there's like wind howling through as well.
Oh, June, you gotta chuck with these guys out the window. But anyways, after I shoot, Nome is gonna use her left hand to flick her hat up so she has better line of sight, and her right hand flip out, quick draw the pistol, and she's just gonna shoot from medium range at the gang leader.
Okay, go ahead.
And I will do this correctly this time. Hang on. So, medium.
This all started with Obsidian offering to pay them to switch sides.
Should have done it.
Well, it was more like I was blackmailing them. So I mean, maybe I get it, but yeah.
Okay, here we go. And then I got a boost. You said a past one.
Yeah. You just add the boost. There's no good way of passing a boost on the game table, like to the next slot.
I added an advantage from my talent two-handed stance, and I'm gonna spend a maneuver to aim as well.
Okay, this is gonna murder the fuck out of your target.
Yeah, that's I built it for combat.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah.
Hell
Physics
yes.
8 advantages.
I'm gonna
So
use
Wow.
6, 8, 2, 4, 6, 8. I'm gonna crit 4 times, and I have vicious 2. So
So that's
that
a
is
So it's
50.
plus 30. So it's 4 times. So it's that's plus 50 on your crit then.
yeah.
And you're aiming at the leader, right?
Yep.
Okay.
Oh, man.
So you did 7 damage. Pierce 2.
Yeah.
So she takes 5. And as your shot just like, is it like one perfectly aimed shot, or are
I
you
would say
sort of?
it's a Fletcher pistol. I only picked it because mechanically it has crit of 2. But I would, if you would allow it, I would like to imagine it is a single shot. Like
You can
Well
imagine
played.
however you want. I have
Okay.
no authority over your imagination. And
One
I think
so,
that's
like,
totally fair.
humongous.
I
Fletcher.
guess, yeah. I mean,
It's
so
like you hear like the shot, like the barrel, it's sort of tone. It has like a tone, I'd imagine, because it's a magnetic rail, basically. So it's just like a, bzzz, and then just in slow mo, in shitty Zack Snyder slow mo, we see no explosion because again, it's like a magnetically propelled rail piece. We just see like an enormous flechette emerge, and I think even it's like somehow gets bigger as it comes out of the barrel and slams into her. And I will
see
roll
like
her
a-
crit now.
I see like a
definitely-
blood splatter against the wall that she's I think it's really what we see. We're just kind of like, oh, Jesus.
The gun has definitely been modded so that smoke comes out as if an explosion happened inside of it, but clearly that's not what happened.
it's like a vapor. It's a vape
Yeah.
and a flechette gun. So just like a little puff of like, so it's like, damn, dude.
The smoke is like too late, so it's like we see the explosion, the blood splatter, then it's like smoke just.
Yep.
Yep.
One of the patches like, damn, dude, that flechette's puffing cotton. God damn. All right. It is HETP failure response. Cool. That's,
I have a favorite crit.
that's the most climactic result you can get. All right.
And hang on, no, but roll the crit. But I also have Deadeye, so I might want to change it. So.
Plus
Jeez.
50 with that eye.
Oh, did the crit? No, it didn't go through. Okay.
There it goes.
Wow. So not as exciting as
What? You rolled a 1?
I rolled a 1, so it's
Damn.
51. But still, fearsome wound. The target increases the difficulty of all presence and willpower checks by 1 until this critical injury is healed.
What
So-
page is the critical table on? Okay.
Oh.
Sorry, I
Does
should have
it-
it open.
Does it
That-
cost you resources to use Deadeye? Because
2 strain. It's a incidental.
okay,
Okay.
she's probably pretty close to dead, regardless. I mean,
How much does How much
Absolutely
does
use it,
Deadeye add?
Basically, here we go. So I
It
can.
lets you
okay,
change it within the difficulty, right?
Yes.
Oh,
So
okay.
any
after
other
feeling
average.
critical injury with a ranged weapon and rolling the results may suffer 2 strain to choose another crit of the same severity. So
Does
it's
it
a
work?
2 difficulty. I'm going to choose
That's creepy.
overpowered, and I would like to roll the attack again.
Oh, okay. Is
that
that
okay?
overpowered? Is it too difficult? I mean, yeah, that's
Yes,
that's
it
how
is.
it works. So okay.
I've homebrewed it in my games to be 3, but yeah.
Yeah, that's how it goes. So it's a wildly effective 2 difficulty crit.
Hey Packer, I just want to say thank you for running this game, and sorry, I apologize.
No, this is an incidental like weenie encounter. This is fine that you guys are mopping the floor with them. This is great,
so it's
actually.
advantage, and I still get the 2 boosts because it's overpowered is the same pool. So it's even if you had upgrade, it would have been an extra. Oh, you know. Okay, so same pool. Failure to response. Oh my god.
Yeah. That part's a little frustrating.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah, so you get the same exact. So you get all the same boosts and everything if you got past a boost. I didn't
Mhm.
ever really realize
Overpowered.
that.
This is
Yeah, this is busted. Holy
very
crap.
busted. So I am so sorry for bringing this to the table.
No, this is
No,
cool.
I think
Like,
this is
I
great.
didn't realize I was there. This is like, wow. I mean, this is like rolling a triumph good, in my opinion. Like, Wow.
But I'm imagining this is like 2 gunshots though, where you fire the
Oh,
first
yeah.
one, the
Or maybe
delay
even the
effect of
first
smoke,
one like
and a
ricochets
triumph.
off. Yeah, it's awesome.
Yeah, so
1 success, 4
I
advantages, and a triumph.
I fan the hammer, shoot a second time, and use the triumph to crit, and 4 advantages to crit 2 more times. So it's a plus 50 crit again because she already has a crit, I believe. At the damage, of course.
Yeah. So I'm just doing the base damage calculation first. Yeah. So it's 5 damage, pierce 2.
That's so cool. Yeah, they did not game
3.
test that at all.
Yeah, so she's still alive. So if you want to spend the triumph and 4 advantages to do another plus 50 crit, I guess
yeah.
that would be.
Yeah, that would probably be it.
You're gonna do another crit? Okay.
Yeah.
Jesus, this is just
Plus
like
50 crit.
Is Deadeye like once per round or?
I think it's anytime you roll Deadeye. Overpowered,
I have to take
right?
2 strain.
Oh, with Deadeye, is it? Oh, I'm sorry.
well, it's technically a plus 60 crit too because she has the existing crit. So
I think he
No,
counted that.
it would be it's a plus. That's taking into account her existing crit. Is a plus
oh,
50.
is it? Oh yeah. You're right. Okay, so it's
He's-
plus 40. So I think the table should account for this.
Actually, it is
okay.
plus 60 because you have a triumph and 4 advantages, so that's 3 crits, and then vicious. Oh, never mind. I forgot the
1
initial
base
crit.
crit.
Yeah,
Mhm.
yep.
Yeah, so I rolled a 10, plus 10 for existing, and plus 40. So a agonizing wound. The target increases the difficulty of all brawn and agility checks by 1 until this critical injury is healed.
So
You
I'm
do Deadeye
pretty-
again?
I'm pretty sure now. And if you don't rule this, I'll rule this for myself. I'm not going to do overpowered again. I don't think there's any rule saying that that feels dumb. So I'm not going to do that.
No, I think you can do. I mean, it's up to you. You don't have to.
No.
Let me just look at the wording of it because
So you're gonna make you guys roll infinitely until it fucking dies.
I think they needed to
Yeah,
fill up the
I think
table
you
and
can-
they
I
didn't
think you
test this. I think is what happened.
no,
'Cause
I
this
think
is
you. I
crazy.
mean, you can. But yeah, if you that's. Yeah, you can do Deadeye again if you want to. It
I mean, I
costs
guess
you
you are
strain.
taking.
You're taking
yeah,
strain.
Yeah.
So maybe it's not. No, it's crazy. I mean, it's good,
Very
but
crazy.
it's still wild.
It is a tier 4 talent.
I mean, but it's also like nothing on. I think it's more the critical table. Like nothing even comes close to overpowered in how good
Yeah.
it is. You know,
Yeah.
I think is really how I feel.
Yeah.
That
Yeah.
seems pretty wild.
So what I was saying is I can use Deadeye again. It's incidental. I just take more strain. My thing was I don't think I can make her take overpowered again, and roll a third.
Oh, you
I
can't
see.
reuse the
Yeah.
same crit. I see. Okay.
Injury.
I'm saying the rules don't say that I can't do that, but
I
I'm
think
letting you
that's
know
fi-
I won't.
Okay,
do
yeah,
it.
if you don't want to, that's fine. I think I'm fine with that because I see it as that sort of like, especially with like a cowboy style character, a gunslinger, where you're just like walking forward step by step, like perfectly
Shooting.
aimed shot one after the other. Yeah. So
Listen,
I think it's a very cinematic way to do it. But if you don't want to, that's fine. Like I'm not
the first Star Wars campaign I ever ran, I had a character build a Jedi like this with a lightsaber, with a crit 1 lightsaber. It was ridiculous.
Yeah. Lightsabers are broken in Star Wars. So that's a whole different issue. But okay, cool. So you don't want to do the.
I mean, if you'll let me, I'll do it again. But I'm just letting you know it's very gamey, so I would be okay if
It's
you.
fine. Game it. It's fine. And like this isn't like the final encounter or anything. This is like an incidental fight on the bus.
Oh,
I
good
mean,
lord.
and it's kind of cool.
This
We're
kind of
like
nonsense for him.
I mean, I think it's cool because it's like you're kind of like to your point about the fanning the hammer and walking up. Like this is what your character's good at, and we're just watching you like keep taking shots. Like it's just like, oh my god, she's already dead. Like,
all right,
1 success, 4 advantages this time, so you can roll more.
Yeah.
I guess you can keep rolling crits. But
Yeah.
this though, so it's pierce. Say, so it's 5 damage.
Pierce 2.
Yeah, pierce 2. So it's another 3 damage.
And
So she's still alive though.
I'm
This is the worst
crit
day of
again.
her life.
You're gonna crit again?
Yeah, with all
right.
the advantages. So that's
So it's
2 advantage to crit, and then 2 more
think
to
it's a
plus 10.
50
and then
again.
vicious.
So it's
Yeah.
plus plus 10 plus 20, so it's plus 30.
It's 30, and then the plus.
And then your basic
50?
crit. And then then it adds whatever. No, it
Yeah,
would be
it's
plus 20
another
more.
plus 50 crit.
It's plus
God
50
bless
overall, yeah.
America. Oh my god.
Another one.
That's cool. I've
Another-
I've
yeah,
learned something
another-
today.
Another one though. So somehow
Are you
shockingly,
kidding me? Are you rolling this right? That's
You can see the
statistically,
rolls.
like
It's-
should be. Wow.
you can see the
crazy.
rolls in the chat. Yeah, it's another
Oh
one.
my gosh.
All right, what do you guys think? 2 more strains? Should I do overpowered again?
Are you going to be useful in the final fight?
Yeah, it's like
good.
you are using strain for this. That's the only
Yeah.
thing. Is that this is still taking a resource.
You're taking 4 strains with this? Yeah, I don't know if it's worth it. I think maybe. Do you
Alright,
have other advantages? Do you still have advantages?
No, I used them all to crit.
Okay.
Actually, you only used Deadeye once, right? You didn't change the agonizing wound.
No, I did. I changed both
He
to
did. He did.
overpowered.
Yeah. So
Oh,
yeah,
you did.
so
I'm sorry,
overpowered
we're both
then.
overpowered. Yes.
yeah.
So I'll leave it at. So Nome just stands where she is and just fires 3 shots, and just gonna guess this is probably the most intense pain she's felt in like a gap of a couple seconds. So and I'm just gonna leave it at that. And I just want to look at her and let her know that I could have kept going.
As nobody like barely breaking a sweat from the strain, you're
Yeah.
just like
as you
your
like do
bloodlust. Yeah.
As you like do the
Oh, God.
gunslinger thing and like spin the gun around and then like
Yep.
blow away the vapor because again there's no smoke.
And then inhale it because you're.
Yeah, then you
vaping too.
inhale it. Yeah, actually, you inhale the vapor. You just hear the street banger. They're just like fucking zoomers. All right, cool. So it is not the street bangers leader turn. She 100% is going to shoot back though, and draws her custom 6-shooter, aims at
Her custom
Nome.
6-shooter.
Yeah, she has a custom 6-shooter. It shoots 6. And Nome, you have no cover, right? You're just you're like in the
No.
middle of the thing. I guess I should have like maybe applied cover for like the crush of people, but that's fine. And
Yeah, no, I'm out in the open. I have 1 defense, but that's it.
okay, cool. So here we go. Damn it! Are you serious? Okay, let me do that again. Medium, Nome, click. There we go.
I felt so dirty doing that, guys.
But you
I
made
think
the character
that's
for
totally
this.
fine. That's great. Yeah.
I know.
But I'm gonna upgrade her. I'm gonna spend a story point to upgrade. As you. I think that one of your shots, your final shots, are like rips through her cheek, and like she sort of, for a moment, you think that she's gone down, and then she looks up and sort of just wheels out this very old-fashioned sort of chemical combustion, gunpowder-based 6-shooter, and maybe hits you. And slams, claps back for 9 damage, 2 successes, 3 threats.
Ouch.
Is that a pierce?
Oh wait, it should have had. It has accurate 1, so I should have actually rolled. It should have added a boost.
Ooh.
So it's actually 10 damage and 2 threats.
She runs out of ammo with my forgot to count. That's okay?
Yeah, sure. That's 2 threat spend is what you can do with that, right? Okay, cool. Yeah, so she you notice being a big fan of 6-shooters, you see that the there are no bullets in the rest of the chamber though. So she's gonna have to reload. And final PC slot. June.
Okay, these guys are medium, right? If I got into this car and I was short range from them, would it still be difficult terrain to engage them, or?
No. Once you're within short range of them, it's just you to maneuver to engage.
Okay, then I am going to use parkour. I'm going to take a strain to move to any location in short range. So basically, I'm like grabbing onto one of the like vertical like hand
Sure, like the hand-
trails,
yeah.
and I'm just like swinging myself over the like massive screaming people and stuff, and then I'll get to here with that, and then I'll engage the leader and kind of like spring up and try and bring my like palm up under her chin with the palm stunner.
Awesome. Yeah, imagine like you're like doing like a kick jump off the side or something, and like a swing over the crushing crowd of people fleeing, and then just sort of like do a somersault and pop up.
Yeah.
With a
So
palm up
that
sort of attack.
is 2 maneuvers. I gotta take another strain. I'll flip a point. It'd be good to kill her.
Yeah, she did. So 9 damage.
I mean, it's 10
4
damage,
successes.
and then she bleeds out from the 3 bullet wounds, probably.
Well, I mean, you're like way above her threshold. So
Yeah.
how do you
I
incapacitate
mean,
her? Are you knocking her
just-
out, or are you straight up murdering her? Remember, there are busted windows all around you too. So like the wind is howling by you as you're doing this.
Yeah,
the
I guess
gun, but-
I gotta do it. I'll uppercut her out at the back of the bus.
What do you say as you do it? What's the yoga?
I say, everything that has a beginning has an ending. Make your peace with that, and all will be well.
She's out the window already. She's way.
I'm
she's
saying that
gone.
to the remaining.
the remaining street banger.
Street bangers, yeah.
Yeah, there's only one of the minions remaining, but yeah, and I think that she has it's the dread scene where everything's slow motion with that huge fall, and we just don't see the splatter at the bottom like you do in dread. Cool, and back to the top of the PC slots. Street Banger earlier is gone. She's not even in the thing anymore. There we go.
I wouldn't mind taking this slot too, since I'm already here, and you guys are all going to shoot me if I don't get out of the way.
It's okay. I can fix your crit to something a little not as good.
Oh, great!
Shoot
when you crit me.
Yep.
All right, then yeah, I'm gonna take this one, and I am just going to make a basic brawl attack because my palm stunner is recharging. But I will aim. Just checking to see if I have any other relevant talents. Okay. 8 damage.
Yeah, so 4 successes, 1 advantage. That also totally knocks out the remaining Street Banger. The other 2 are like on the floor, bleeding out right now.
Yeah.
Or not bleeding out. They're just like totally
They got
unconscious.
knocked out from the stun thing, right?
It's yeah. They are incapacitated in the cinematic way where you're like that. They should be concussed, probably brain damaged for life, but it doesn't matter. They're not in the rest of the movie, so they're just unconscious.
Yeah, just karate chop to the throat, and then I say, focus on your breathing.
Okay. And yeah, he does like a, and then just like falls unconscious on the ground, and then begins to breathe soundly though. He won't. He doesn't die. He just breathing resets. And cool. That is the end of that encounter.
And I use second wind. I get my towel out and wipe myself off.
Yeah, I was gonna say you can all roll your recovery rolls and use your recovery talents now.
What's the general recovery roll? Is it
cool or discipline? Yeah,
but if
it's a simple check.
If you're as hard boiled as June, you get to roll resilience.
Yeah, and June gets to heal wounds for it too. But you didn't take any wound, right?
I didn't take any wounds. Perfect. I'm down to 0.
I'm also going to take a stim and heal.
And I do 2 advantage can be converted into 1 strain for the recovery roll. But I don't think that happened for anyone.
was I lucky enough for the leader to drop her cool gun before she flew out the window?
No, I don't think so.
Oh.
All right, that's
Or maybe she dropped a gun, but she ran out of ammo, right? That was one of the things. So it's
That's
just
true.
it's a
An empty
unique,
gun.
hard to find type of ammunition. Yeah, so it's just
It is
an
now
MP6
on a
shooter.
quest to find ammo for this thing.
One shot.
Cool. So
Or
yeah,
Jade.
you.
No, May.
As I said, these public hoppers are AI piloted, so like when violence like this happens, there's no like security that triggers until at best they get to their next stop.
Mhm.
Though, let me switch back to this.
I see Nome looking out the window forlornly at the falling gun, and I tell her that your actions are your only true belongings.
Oh my god. Okay, cool. But yeah, you eventually the bus pulls in, windows shattered. The rest of the passengers probably trying to stay as far away from you guys on the bus as possible. So that I feel like they're probably like all squished up on whatever the opposite side of the bus is from you, and everyone gets off. No matter where their stop was at Akeidito Community College, everyone just like rushes off. And since you're going to the community college, I imagine most of them are actually students as well. So yeah, a bunch of like young students are just like freaked out, and they dive into the community college. At the community college, let me find.
Is there a pile of goop where she landed nearby? No, I'm just kidding.
No goop. Why do I keep getting drawing errors? Adobe. Why is your software such garbage? Okay. Akeidito Community College. You pull into the community college. Gigantic concrete columns hold aloft an enormous central building with pagoda-like facades extending upwards before being obfuscated by myriad plazas and skywalks far above. A flange of open and interconnected plazas extend around the base of this building. A small amount of sunlight trickling down from the occluded sky is amplified by strategic reflectors and light-matching supplemental emitters to give the quad a feeling of natural openness. Countless students and faculty mill about and lounge on stone benches or shuffle with overstuffed backpacks to classes, animatedly discussing research with colleagues as the thrum of an active and engaged student body fills the air. I think that Obsidian, since you are in the running world and stuff, you know, as you guys come to enter the community college, you know that a person known as Sakarki, who is an infamous net runner, they actively recruit from the community college.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know if you've had interaction with them before. I guess not, because you don't have any favors or anything with them. But you know that this is, if you wanted to get a hold of them, this would be where you want to do it, or this is one of the places you'd want to do it at.
Okay. I think instead, we'll just head over to the lab. That's my suggestion anyway, and just get this blood tested. What do you guys think? Unless you think there's something I should ask the hacker.
The only thing I can think of is if we could skip the library and get all the stuff we need from here. I don't know if that's possible.
Okay. Can I guess. Sorry, man. I guess I'll get in contact with the hacker. I guess I'll plug into the net here and kind of put out a feeler like, hey, I'm at the community college. I got a question for you. Do any of us have like currency? Again,
$5.
You have, yeah.
We have whatever was in those street bangers pockets.
Okay.
As they flew out the window, their money just sort of like their credits spilled out of their pockets before they.
Maybe we can give them a favor. They
Yeah,
aren't considered a person enough here to like get a small favor from, right? Like they're kind of independent of the, because I can get a small favor for free from someone of a higher institute of learning. I have former professor.
I'll let you play a little bit loosey goosey with that and spend a story point, and you can do a favor
Okay.
from Zachary. They are a de facto instructor of the ways of the dark web to the IT students
Sure.
in
Okay.
Akeidito Community College.
Well, since I was like from here, maybe I do know him enough. Like, like he was probably trying to keep his distance because we were like, test subjects, but we were in the net, being
that's fair.
studied.
Yeah, I think and you guys probably had a pretty good relationship. I mean, Zachary is super. If there was a Netrunner faction applied from the card game, they would definitely be in the Anarch camp.
Okay.
So
All
they're
right.
very anti-corp.
And so I reach out kind of familiarly, like, hey, this is Obsidian. It's been a while. Need some help with locating a group. I guess I'll say.
Yeah, and like on the you see sort of the Matrix style Neo sort of terminal like DOS prompt pops up or command line prompt pops up, and in response, Zachary says,
Obsidian size and like so old school, but it's like fine.
Yeah, I imagine like the AR thing or whatever. Or I guess it's in your mind because they use the BMI, but it's like, yeah, you see this sort of like hovering in your vision, sort of. And Zachary says, good. Well, I've been hoping you'd owe me one soon. What do you need this time?
I'm trying to identify where what are they called? The I took
Purefleshers?
No,
Or the Association for Human Purity?
That's it. Yeah, where the Association for Human Purity. Where's their current location? We have some questions for them. Or I have some questions for them, I guess I'll say.
Zachary jokes and says, looking to join the other side for right now, huh? And but nevertheless, Zachary agrees to do this search for you. In exchange, they say, the rule tit for tat. A negotiated exchange. I'll give you this information, but I expect you to follow up on this soon after you do whatever it is that you're doing right now. And you get a file from Zachary about a place about an arcology called the Dollhouse. Is what it's typically known as. And specifically, Zachary says there's something in. I have a package I need picked up from Residential Unit 468. I don't have to do it now, but I could definitely use a program that I've been wanting from there when you get a chance. You might want to bring some friends, though. But nevertheless, that is a hook for Obsidian in the future. That is not something you need to follow up in this session, or that I want you to follow up in this session, because that would totally change things.
Yeah. Bye, guys. Good luck.
Yeah.
No.
And probably like 30 seconds later, pretty shortly after, you get a dossier of information about the Association for Human Purity, and that they've recently moved for a temporary headquarters registration at Big Church up in the Heights.
Okay. I'm sorry, you said residential territory, Big Heights?
No, big church
Big
in
church.
the heights up in the top upper tiers of the city. Big church is, as you are all aware of, your characters are aware of. Big church is it's a place of worship for rent. It's sort of the peak commercialization of faith and spirituality. Basically, congregations of whatever denomination, whatever faith they be, can rent out Big Church for blocks of time, and Big Church will both using projected light as well as an immense mechanical system reorganize and restructure itself so it is appropriate for whatever congregation happens to be worshiping during that block.
That's pretty sweet. Nome, was your poncho always that red? Are you bleeding?
She's just been kind of like staring off as Obsidian's been getting his information, but she'll look back and she just says something like, "Yeah, I'll be fine." She's over half her wound threshold.
I think you should let me take a look at that.
And so while they're doing that, can we also have someone go and
To like the wet lab or something?
to the wet lab and test?
Yeah, I think I would have probably actually noticed this and done the healing when we were still on the bus, if that's okay.
Yeah, we can do it. It can be we sort of jump back in time for a minute. And yeah, back on the bus, the passengers screaming, the window is busted down, that one dude breathing really raggedly because you chopped him right in the windpipe. Go ahead and do your medicine check. You have medical equipment on you, right?
I do, yeah.
Okay, so you get the bonus from that.
So this is, you're over half, so that means it's hard. Am I remembering that right?
7 out of 15 is
under half. So
that's under half, so I think that's easy then, right?
I can't do math.
Yes. Yeah, it's easy for under half. No, it's not hard, I don't
where
think.
That table is. I think hard is when you exceed. Easy is under half.
Okay, and medium, so it's average. No, it's easy for this. Sorry, it's average.
Yes.
Yeah, you're right. It's easy, under half, average, over half, hard, succeed, over threshold.
Okay. I am going to use my combat medicine talent to add a success, but also 2 strain to you.
Oh, thanks.
Because June is just super like matter of fact and brutal, like absolutely no bedside manner. And what is the thingy that I have to? Okay, it adds heals a wound and a strain. Okay.
So I'm flipping a story point for that quest that no, not to make it difficult. This is you can do it as normal. Just for the quest that Saharki gave to Obsidian, I'm flipping a story point. Which, if this was a longer campaign or something, that would make sense. But now it's mainly for me to give you story points. 2 successes, 1 threat.
You get 3 wounds recovered and 1 strain recovered, but you take 2 strain from the talent, and then Fat Crab has net gain of 1 strain plus whatever happens with the threat.
You just take a strain as you are trying to.
Me? Okay.
Yeah, as you're trying to. You sort of, there's glass everywhere, other people's blood everywhere, lots of screaming still. The wind is howling above you as the hopper is coming in for a landing at the community college, so it's sort of a stressful situation.
Nobody doesn't say thank you. She tries to get away from you as soon as possible. After you finish, I put her fear is connections. She is afraid of making friends, so that's why she doesn't. I mean, I don't know. June might take that off. She's being an asshole, probably. But.
I don't know. I think June's pretty business-like. She's not like, I'm going to do this because I like you. I'm gonna do this because you're an asset.
Yeah, that's fair.
What fortune cookie nonsense is June spouting to Nome as she's performing this healing?
I'm looking. Okay, I'm gonna tell her, if you get tired, learn to rest, not to quit.
Wait, do you have like a Google search up for like random fortune cookie generators right now?
Yes, I googled meditation and
Oh my God,
mindfulness quotes.
That's amazing. Okay, cool. So back at the community college, Obsidian, yeah, is dealing with Sakurki, I think, though that's largely through the BMI, so he can be sort of moving along with you guys as you head towards the biochem wing or building in the community college. Is there anything else you want to do while you're there besides find out this do a run a sample on the or run a test on the sample?
I think I'm
Good.
good.
Okay. So
I
yeah,
have
you
a
eventually
rank
get there.
of science and 2 ranks in medicine, if that helps anybody.
Yeah, I was gonna
Also,
say
would get advantage to any sort of role being at the community college, like with the lab and functioning stuff.
I'll give you
Um,
a boost since you're familiar with the facilities and you Obsidian is able to show you like directly to the right lab for this type of work and sort of like how to access the. 'Cause it's a community college, so everything's like a little bit out of date / a lot of it
Yeah.
out of date. So like Obsidian
Fair.
knows the very idiosyncratic interfaces for all of the terminals throughout the school, I think. So you get a boost, but it will be a knowledge science check, and it will be, I think, hard knowledge science check.
Okay.
You will succeed in like getting some information, but depending on the results of this check,
I'm 1 yellow
see,
and 2 green in knowledge science. What is does everyone else know?
I have a yellow and a green.
Okay, so I think I'll
Can't
roll.
imagine anybody has higher intellect than the hacker.
Yeah. Okay. I'll roll. Let's see.
so get the boost for getting there quickly, and then
Can I
if
give
June
him a
is
boost
helping,
as well?
yeah, I was gonna say June can also add a boost, so you get 2 boosts on this roll.
And you said it's average? Is that what I heard?
Hard.
Hard,
So
right?
3 purple.
Hard. Nice.
Yeah. Wow. 3 successes and a triumph. Okay.
Let's go.
So I mean I can give you basically like, okay, so 3 successes. You with the test it becomes immediately clear that this is engineered DNA. This is very high level, highly sophisticated designer work, something that you would expect to see in the sort of Jinteki black sites where they get to sort of do whatever crazy, definitely illegal but unregulated work they want. So,
So, like, is this something we would see in other clones, or this is something?
Yeah. So it has the hallmark characteristics of Jinteki clone work. So this is definitely a clone, not. So yeah, that's a good point though. That it's not a Gmod. It is definitely a clone. This is a
Interesting.
constructed individual.
Either way, this is like antithetical to the Pureflesher cause,
Pureflesher,
right?
yeah.
And with the triumph, I can. I mean, I if you want, I can give you like some basically like really, really, really detailed information.
Okay. Can I identify maybe a vulnerability in a person with
Sure.
a triumph?
Okay, yeah, I was gonna say I can either tell you exactly where this clone was made, like you can find out where they are, or
Oh, yeah,
or if
that's
you want a
useful.
vulnerability, you can get that. So
yeah, it's fine. I'll take it where
Okay.
he was made. Yeah, that's
yeah,
better.
so
Is there? I
huh?
don't know if it's in the scope of this information, but I'm thinking that if we could call out that this clone was working for Haelmoni, maybe we could get some of the Purefleshers to like defect or
makes
leave
sense.
the group because he's like clearly a hypocrite. But I don't know if that's within the scope of this
That wouldn't be. I mean, you could definitely
check.
do that as a check when you get to Haelmoni and that encounter.
I
But
could run
yeah.
run an online campaign to just start
Mhm.
it online to like just start smearing
Set up a
him.
bot network on
Yeah,
whatever future Bucky Twitter. It probably runs on some Bucky nonsense anyway. So
yeah.
yeah, just Bucky tweet it. Yeah, so I mean, but you could, yeah, that's something you could do with this knowledge. That wouldn't be related to like the triumph. That's just something you could definitely do when you encounter them. But with a triumph, yeah, for the specific location, this is Geolab's work for sure. This has some of the artifacts that are often left in their clone work in particular you recognize, and you can tell that this is worked on in the Geolabs in particular. I think that maybe in combination with some of the searches you've done, you've heard chatter of a thing called the Bruiser Man, which is this not insane, but this like kind of like this defective clone, in that as far as intellectual ability, it's not really what they were looking for, but in terms of brute strength and capacity for violence, it is a huge asset to the Underdark Genetics, which is a sort of Skunkworks subsidiary of Genteki that works out of the Geolabs.
All right, so I kind of relay back to the group, or fine. So we know that the guy that killed Poison Baba was made in Geolabs, but we have another lead to go to Big Church, and those are in two very different locations. One's up in the residential area, or the Heights, rather.
I thought we were supposed to go to the dollhouse, or is that?
No, that's the side mission.
Oh,
that
that's your side thing.
Obsidian
Okay.
got, yeah. But as far as
that's a
working
side quest. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, don't worry about it. Yeah, in character saying that. That's how Obsidian contextualizes the world. This is all a game anyway.
Yeah.
You know. So like, yeah. So what do you guys want to do?
I feel like we're here for Haelmoni, right? Like,
Haelmoni's
I think the Geolabs thing is interesting, but I don't know that it leads to Haelmoni. Whereas was supposed to be something related to the big church, right?
Yeah, it's the front for the Purefleshers.
Okay.
Yeah, I think we should go to Big Church. The Baba Bullets wants his head specifically.
All right, we can.
Otherwise, she'll
can
grab
head
my
there.
cheeks again.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're gonna head up to the residential sector for Big Church then.
All right.
Or no, I'm sorry. Are we going back to Gracie's to get the lift? Can we
That's
take
right.
that with us?
Take what with you?
Gracie's lift that she's preparing for us. That was going to take a couple hours. The hopper, rather.
Yeah, I think at this point you a couple hours have passed, and you can go back and pick up the short range personal hopper from Gracie's.
Okay. And can we ride it up to the residential with while taking the transit, or is it one or the other?
So you basically it negates your need to roll navigation checks, I think. Well, in a longer game, I probably wouldn't do it this way, but I think for this, we'll just say that it fully negates your need to do like off path navigation checks if you're in a personal hopper.
Okay.
I think heading back to Gracie's, get our hopper. We can head straight to Big Church.
Yeah.
Front Haelmoni as soon as we can.
Okay.
Before word gets out that we're on our way.
That's a good idea. I agree.
Okay, so you're heading to Big Church?
Yeah, from Gracie's.
All right, cool. Yeah, so you get back on another public hopper.
This hopper's
There-
missing all of its windows again.
This is the same hopper. They just have one hopper for the entire city.
You have a grenade in your hand, ready to pull the pin. Oh man, I was going to blow out the windows again.
Yeah, but no, I think that you get it back on the next public hopper. It is definitely a different public hopper. It is the windows are fully intact, and a bunch of students get on there with you. You don't see there are no, like, you don't see any org crime or street bangers or anything like that. So you make it back to Gracie's safe and sound. At Gracie's, she has the work in progress hopper for you. It's missing most of its plasteel sides, and not plasteel, but it's missing most of its like the chassis. Though the frame is intact, and she sort of slaps her hand on top of it. There's a couple panels on the top. It says, "Yeah, she'll do. She flies true, and so long as you ain't going too far, she'll get you to where you're going. Just don't. There's no seat belts on this one, not yet, and we've had to do a full chassis replacement because some dumb wristy crashed the damn thing in some stupid street race. So don't lean too far out, because this ain't exactly up to safety regulations, if you get my drift."
Didn't expect anything less.
But yeah, so you have access to this hopper. It's effectively like a short hopper. Like I said, it won't get you much farther than outside. It won't get you outside the neighborhood, but it'll get you to where you need to go in the neighborhood. Any final prep at Gracie's before you head to Big Church?
I think that's it.
Yeah. Unless there's a thing of coffee I can just steal and drink to recover the rest of my strain. I'm good. Good to go.
Okay. Throw some tokens down, and then we'll get to Big Church.
Primer will walk over to Nomi and say, "You're looking a little tired. You need to pick me up?"
No.
Well, just in case. And she'll take this small, like, USB port sized or USB drive sized thing and just put it, not even in her pocket, just like on the seat next to her. Like, there you go. I mean, if it stays there, that's fine. If it doesn't, well, then it doesn't.
What is it? Out of character?
It's a hit of pixel, so it recovers strain, and for the encounter you are disoriented.
Is that a happy patch?
It's a happy patch.
Okay.
Gotcha.
Yeah, so
Nobody's just, she takes it and she stares at you and says, "I don't do drugs," and then she eats more of her chewing tobacco flavored. But she takes it. But she doesn't use it. She just has it in her pocket. We'll say.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, so this is in the hopper, though. This is all happening inside, like, the backseat of the hopper.
Yeah.
That's our travel conversation.
Okay, cool. Yeah, and I mean, I imagine it's sort of like no one in the front seats hears this, because this is also, much like the bus, missing a lot of the barrier between the outside. So the wind, again, is howling by you as you are sort of puttering your way through New Angeles and through Akeidito. But nevertheless, you eventually make your way to Big Church. Plasteel panels trimmed in neon reach towards a sky framed by much, much taller neighboring buildings. Holographically projected religious iconography dances around or across the contained surface of the panels. denoting the current congregational tenets. The call to prayer of some denomination or another reverberates through the air around you, and the upper section of panels begin to grind and reconfigure, massive blocks arcing through the sky on hydraulic conveyors as the hologram emitters project an entirely new facade, mirroring the next congregational tenet's traditional architecture. It is clear that in the pursuit of the global spiritual market, only the most minimal consideration has been given for visitors' physical safety should they fail to heed Big Church's parish change warning. And the specific iconography that is switching to, you got there just in time for the Pureflesher Association, their rental period to go into effect. So panels and blocks are still like shuffling around and moving, but everything now has the it's a very office, it's a very corporate look actually. So there is no call to prayer, even though that's what I said a second ago. Forget I said that, and it's just sort of silently grinding into a new configuration, and the very sort of sleek and tech company, tech bro-esque facade, sleek panels, lots of mirrors and glass and stuff. And I don't have a specific symbol in mind for the Association for Human Purity. I don't specifically know what like Scientology symbols looks like, but I assume it probably something like that. Like that. That's like the kind of iconography that I'm thinking of. It's a thetan of some sort.
So is this like the I don't know, sci-fi industrial factory where you're gonna get like squished by giant moving machinery kind of vibe to this area?
Yeah, for sure. It has that vibe. It has that energy, absolutely. So it's, yeah, like I said, it's still in the process of reconfiguring. So there are these humongous panels that are like swinging back and forth across the installation.
Boy, I thought it was going to be something different than just a cross. The
Okay, well,
Scientology
and
logo.
up, and they're
So I mean, the Scientology logo that he posted is literally just a cross.
Oh, is it really?
Yeah.
It has a little bit of like a star at the center, but
Okay, so it's not the Scientology logo. That's
Okay.
much less interesting. That just looks like an Eastern Orthodox church,
Yeah.
basically. I don't know, something like imagine like an atom, and there's DNA, like a DNA helix or something in. Yeah, I think okay. So that's what I think it is. It's an Ouroboros, but it's like a DNA helix in the shape of an Ouroboros.
Okay.
An Ouroboros is like the snake eating its own tail.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So it's a bacteria primer.
Yes. Yeah, wet science is not something I know very much about at all. It's all chemicals and other garbage to me.
Okay.
Plasmid,
So-
that's the word I was thinking of.
so we kick down the front door and start shooting, right?
Do we see like people up or around? Like if I'm looking like maybe on the roof, do I see like anyone looking over or any lookouts or anything like that?
Yeah, there are congregants, I think, sort of swarming all over. There's no one you can see on the roof because once you get, so this is like a 10, 15 story, this is a huge building. And the whole thing is reconfigurable. So once you get more than a couple stories above the level that you're at now, your relative ground level, there's a ton of reconfiguring and shuffling that's going on. That's like totally fully in motion. But at your level at the entry, I think that you see the last remaining few from the previous congregation exiting. and a bunch of people in sort of nondescript suits entering the thing. Actually, not even just like in various types of clothing. A lot of them just look like normal streetwear too.
Can we tell any kind of interior area that looks like the main office or controls or something where someone important would be?
Sorry, what I missed that. I was looking at something else.
I'm trying to see. Can we tell where like the main office is or where someone important would be within
For the controls
structure? Or controls, yeah.
I don't think it's clear at the
Or
entrance.
I don't know if there's like a backroom prep area. Is Haelmoni is he expected to speak or something?
So the information you were given is that this was recently registered as the Association of Human Purity moves headquarters frequently, and this was the most recently registered, newly registered location that they're moving to.
Okay.
So
it's
not
an important computer or an important person and get them to tell us where Haelmoni is.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's not like clear to you what the what it looks like inside. I imagine that the very first floor, at least like the entry lobby, is probably pretty stable and always the same, because that would just be that'd be a nightmare to deal with, just logistically. So there is presumably some sort of control or monitoring space in the first big entrance area, but you do not see Haelmoni in there as of yet. Let me put down like a thing to show like the entrance area. So
nobody's gonna look at Obsidian and say, "Do you think you can hack in to their system, or should I blow their kneecaps off and get them to tell us where he is?"
Yeah, so Obsidian, with that kind of like feeling like there's a time limit because of the itchy trigger finger, is kind of like panically looking around to see if there's an access point that he can just put his BMI in, or can jack him with his BMI.
Yeah, there is. There's I don't think that there's like you can get wireless access. You can access the wireless network that is part of the Big Church. So there's not like a specific like physical jack-in point. But yeah, you can definitely do that. So let me add another thing here. If you want to start a network encounter. But what are you just trying to get like general access?
Yeah, I think I'm trying to see if there's any internal communications about like if we expect to see someone who would be a Pureflesher here. I think it's really specifically what I'm looking for.
Let me try this real quick. So I'm just trying to get the network map real quick.
Yeah.
I'm trying to figure out how to do this on the best way. So I think I'll probably make this a prop.
Funny part about the network encounters is sometimes they can be really quick because it just might be like you don't have enough for it. So if you can let me know, so like the two pieces.
This will be
in the sense of like if I don't have the proper icebreakers for it. It's not going to matter anyway. So I have a.
Go ahead.
Do you want to just tell me how do you want to do it? Because we can keep it moving.
Well, no, because I want to do the network encounter because the network encounter, depending on how it goes, could trigger other things happening in meat space. So it makes sense to do the network encounter. But for the sake of completing the game today, if there is a piece of ice that you don't have a breaker for, we can like spend we can get a little loosey goosey with the story points and let you do stuff with your current breakers, I think. Okay, let me see if I can.
Okay.
Oh man, what the heck? How do I do? Okay. Okay, there we go. So at the bottom of the map now, there should be. Okay. So I don't imagine that you can quite see all of the detailed information on this because of how I did this. But you can see the network encounter map on. Oh shit! Wait, before you don't look at it quite yet. Actually, stop. Just avert your eyes. I forgot one thing. No. Okay.
Oh, I didn't even see it. So that works out.
Oh. Yeah. So
I didn't realize I can scroll on that.
don't scroll down quite yet. I'm trying to do something.
Okay.
I can figure this out. Okay. Let me see why. There we go. Is there a way to copy something?
Nope.
Oh,
Not that I could find the other day.
Okay. Just do it this way. Take me just 1 minute. All right, there we go. So you can scroll down now. And you should see the network encounter map. There is a weapon system at the bottom of it. That's not a weapon system. That is a client data storage, we'll say. And the security doors, rather than it being security doors, that's I think the reconfiguration system access is that location. So right here. But otherwise, that is the network infrastructure. So as you jack into BMI into the network, I think you as with a BMI you always run deep, right? That's an aspect of it. So you can tell me what your virtualized.
Sorry. So you can choose to run deep. It's
I think you can't run deep unless you have a BMI, right?
right, and you can choose. So, and if I run
Okay.
deep, then I can't interact with the outside world.
Right. Okay. Cool.
But you don't suffer strain for a second maneuver.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay. Cool. So it's up to you how you want to do this then. But as you jack in, it is going to be a. Won't do initiative quite yet because this is like only kind of quasi-structured. This is a 1 difficulty system to access, so you can perform your system access, which I think is an action, right?
Yeah, it is.
Yep.
I'm trying to find. For some reason, Shadow of the Beanstalk like kills my PDF reader. I don't really understand why.
I use the PDF reader for Google Chrome because it's better than the PDF reader for Adobe.
Yeah, I should start. I like having the multiple tabs in Adobe, but I guess I can do that with Chrome too.
Yeah. I don't know why it's so bad, but they need to update it. I've had it crash multiple times on me.
It just Shadow of the Beanstalk in particular runs out of memory all the time. I don't understand why. I'm trying to find the actions. Okay, cool. Yeah, access system is an action. So, okay, yeah, you succeed. You access the system. It opens up. You see the
with the 3 advantages,
Mhm.
I would like to make a permanent backdoor. Oh, I guess it's easy already, so maybe not. I'll cover my presence, cover my tracks. So adding a setback die to if there's any to try to trace me. And I'll add a boost die to my next computer's check with the other advantage. Okay, so I'm sorry. So you said the structure map, is that accurate, or is that something else too?
No, the structure map is accurate. So
I see a
that is
structure
correct.
map. I see
You see some ice protecting
some
the
ice
security cameras and emergency
cameras and
lighting.
emergency lighting.
Yeah, and
Okay,
then you
the
see
other one is configure.
the other one. So where weapon system is,
Yeah.
that is behind two stacks or two pieces of ice. That is not a weapon system. That is the client data. So that is data specific to all of the people who are using Big Church. And so it has congregant information you can assume, payment information because they have to pay for using Big Church. It's not a nonprofit; it's very much a for-profit, and all of that sort of stuff. And then security doors, which is protected by one piece of ice. That is that's actually like the configuration system. That lets you access some of the panels that are moving around on hydraulics and the projected holograms.
Okay. So let's see. Is it it's an action or is it a maneuver to access? Like, so if I wanted to access a structure map, that's a maneuver. Is that correct?
Access subsystem, I think that's just.
Or is it? It might be an incidental. Right.
Enact command. So yeah, it is. Enact command is a maneuver. Moving to a subsystem is an incidental. I believe you just sort of move to it.
Okay. Okay. So I turn to the group and I'm like, "Hey guys, protect my body. I'm going deep." And so I trigger going deep with my BMI. So I can use 2 maneuvers, and the first one I'll use is I guess enact command on structure map.
Okay. What are you enacting? I mean, I guess like really the structure map. The only thing to really enact is just to see the structure map or what it's actually. You know what? Yeah, what it's I think reconfiguring to. And you can see that it was previously a I don't know, a church. It was previously a church of some sort.
Okay. It doesn't have the name of the church or maybe the religion or anything?
New Angeles Spanish Catholic parish or something. I don't know how churches work, but yeah.
So probably not Purefleshers. Got it.
Yeah, it was not Purefleshers previously, but it is now it is reconfiguring into Association for Human Purity headquarters.
Okay.
So it is reconfiguring into its new configuration, and I think what you see is that floors, there are 3 sections of floors. You are on the first section of floors. This section is stable and fully configured to what it needs to be. And then above you, there's a bunch that are like they're traversable, they're navigable, but they're not fully stable yet. They're finishing off their reconfiguration, and then the top section is still like totally in the throes of like there are no stable surfaces on the top section, which is like the top 4 floors of the building.
Okay, so I think about that information, and then with my second maneuver, I'll enact command on the one with 2 ice in front of it.
Okay, so you're gonna move to the next location, and activate programs, or
That's right. Yeah, I guess. So it's okay. Yeah, I guess I forgot. I'm sorry. So
no, it's okay.
it's
It's okay.
okay.
Yeah.
So
So
an act command is the maneuver of how characters do things within a system. Okay, and then activate programs.
yeah. So if you want to activate a program before you get to the ice, you can. But you'll see the ice eventually as you just move to this subsystem.
Oh, I actually think I need to spend a maneuver to activate my ice. So.
Oh, okay. Your icebreaker.
Yeah, my icebreaker. So okay, I'll do this. Oh yeah, this is like impossible to read. All right, so
Yeah. So endless Eula. This is a barrier. Strength 1 ice. So with the effects, if a runner attempts to
okay, it's a
break this
barrier.
ice and fails, they are unable to access the subsystem Endless Eula protects. Additional rules. If the runner succeeds in breaking the ice, they must spend a maneuver scrolling to the end of the Eula. Otherwise, move Endless Eula to the innermost closest to the subsystem position of ice and immediately reactivate it before the runner resumes their return.
Feels just like real life reading Euless.
Yeah, basically.
Okay, so I don't think my ice won't affect that, but I think I can roll to beat 1 strength.
Okay.
So rolling hacking versus what is it? Is it average and then you just add the strength?
Yeah, it's
So
an
like
average check.
add a failure. Okay.
Let me double check that, but I'm pretty sure it's an average.
Oh, and I get a boost from my previous advantage.
Okay.
And then I think it's add a failure, right? To represent the strength.
I'm trying to see where the actual check is, but I'm pretty sure it's just Oh, so yeah, you either meet or exceed.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Um,
Sorry, don't add a failure. Okay. It's 3 successes.
Oh, sorry, you have to exceed. If you're equal to or less than the strength, then you don't succeed.
Yeah. Okay. So 3 successes.
And you have no icebreaker with you, so yeah, you succeed. And you get 2 advantages with that as well.
So I will spend them on. I'll give myself a boost die again to the next check. And
well, I was gonna say that you don't have maneuvers left, right?
That's right, I don't.
So I would let you basically turn off the additional rule, which says that if you don't spend a maneuver, you have to re-break it. It basically like moves it down 1 thing, and you have to like break another EULA. So I'll let you spend 2 advantage to like get the kind of a free maneuver, so you don't have to deal with that.
Okay. Sounds good.
Cool. While Obsidian is deep, I think like what outside, like are your eyes rolling back, or are you just like shutting your eyes and like slumping in a corner?
Yeah, I'm gonna say that like I'm actually like on my knees, but like my body's upright, and so just kind of sitting there and maybe mutter occasionally. My hands are moving as I'm like doing it, but you know, I just look out of it. Maybe like I'm in prayer, honestly.
Okay, perfect. And yeah, okay. So where are you guys doing this though? Are you guys just doing this literally in front of Big Church, or did you try and
like a public bench or something nearby, maybe?
Okay.
Yeah. Or I was thinking if there's like a congregation bench, so it looks like I'm just in prayer to the Spanish God that for the service just ended. Just kind of as the structure rearranges, just kind of praying inside was what I was thinking. But public bench outside works too.
Yeah, there's nowhere that's like if you're you can go into the building, but the entry level is going to be mostly just sort of like generic, like this is a lobby entry with like registration.
Okay.
There's no like prayer facilities at the very entrance. But outside there are definitely going to be benches and stuff. What is the rest of the group doing while Obsidian is doing this on the bench?
I think Yome would just be kind of just standing in front of Obsidian's like body, you know, like if he was facing a wall or facing the bench or whatever, right, I'd be in front of it. And I'm just keeping a watch, not really like doing anything specific, just watching people.
We're outside or inside?
We're
Sounds
outside.
like you're outside.
We are outside. Okay.
Yeah.
Then I got my yoga mat out. I'm like maybe 20 yards away doing yoga, but also keeping an eye on everyone else.
Most
Like from-
passive aggressive yoga.
From a different
Yeah.
perspective than Nome is getting.
Are you guys trying to like stay inconspicuous or hidden at all?
No,
I mean,
Nobody's
I just
probably
look like a
not.
person doing yoga, so in that sense, yes. I'm not trying to be visually hidden, but visually uninteresting.
Sure. I know you guys are like trying to like, but so Nome is like standing in front of Obsidian, right? So is Nome like
Yeah.
trying to like sort of hide Obsidian and what he's doing, or is Nome
I
just
don't think
there?
he's trying to hide it necessarily,
Okay.
just as a barrier, I guess. Yeah.
Okay. What about Primer?
Scarpy had to step out.
Oh, did he? Oops. Okay.
Yeah.
I am going to assume Primer is. Did he say BRB or did he have to?
He's out. There's
Oh no. Okay. Cool.
going on with his daughter or something.
Oh, okay. No worries.
Not like a very bad thing, but
yeah. So I think that so I'll just spend a story point, and I think that what happens is Primer while you're doing this Primer maybe a little bit took too much pixel. Sort of wanders off on her own, and the last you see of her is she sort of goes around the corner of Big Church, but she is not there to assist with anything anymore, and I guess it will be. I'm just trying to figure out which side of the roll is going to happen on. So I think this will be on my side. Okay. I don't think this will show. All right, cool. Yeah. So a roll was rolled, and 2 successes and 1 threat was the result of the roll. It is a vigilance roll, as you can tell, because I didn't delete the skill description text. But your characters, nevertheless, are not aware of anything that's going on. I think that with a threat, though, what happens in the network, though, is Obsidian, you realize that some you notice an increase in network activity. So you don't know that a sysop is on your trail yet or anything, but you're aware that all of a sudden something is up on the network. There's just a lot more packets flowing across it.
Okay.
And that will be so we can go into your second turn with that if you would like.
Yes, I will activate I think I have to activate the second piece of ice, so using maneuver for that, or incidental, whichever it is.
It's just an incidental. You're just continuing to move towards the thing. It doesn't even cost a maneuver. Hawk's Eye is the other one. So all of these ice, by the way, are courtesy of servers of the .net. So some of them are totally original to servers of the net. Some of them are also standard ones. These are both original to servers of the net, though, I think. Hawk's Eye. It is a sentry piece of ice, 4 strength. If a character attempts to break this ice and fails, the sysops or other sysadmins are immediately notified of the intrusion, and Hawk's Eye provides any sysops who access the system during the current encounter 1 successful trace against the runner. Hawk's Eye then deactivates until the end of the runner's next turn. If the runner generates 2 threat when attempting to break Hawk's Eye provides any sysop who access the system during the encounter 1 successful trace against the runner. Ooh, that's a
So I can.
wordy.
Yeah, it's a lot of words. So my fairy icebreaker will work here. It is
Okay.
+5 strength. So additionally, when I attempt to break ice while using fairy deactivates and may not be used again for the rest of the encounter. So I only get one shot with it.
All right.
All right, so it's average. I took a boost die and roll.
Whoa,
Oh,
3 successes,
okay.
3 threats, or 1 triumph.
Yeah.
Not 3 triumph. That'd be
Triumph.
crying. So many triumphs.
Okay.
So you break the hell out of this ice.
Yeah.
What does fairy add? It just for
+5.
strength.
It's just +5 strength.
Okay, Jesus. So yeah, so that's 8 strength against the ice. 4. So you definitely break the ice.
Okay. I'm going to I'm gonna blur my signature, so it's gonna obscure one successful trace against me with the triumph, and then with I think that's it, right? Yeah, I didn't have any advantages, so
Yeah, you have 3
okay.
threats.
Okay.
With the 3 threats though. So take 1 strain
Okay.
right off the bat, and then with the 2 threats remaining though, you Obsidian, you don't notice anything, but June and Nome, you the crowd of the people leaving thins out, and the plaza area that you're in, it's not really so much a plaza as like this, like a boulevard, I suppose, maybe, begins to depopulate. This thins out as people sort of go to wherever they need to be, and you can see that there's a number of the new congregants, the Purefleshers, who are wearing the presumably Purefleshers, who are wearing their weird little sort of unisuits. I'm assuming that I sort of like imagining them in like jumpsuits, I guess. It's really clear that they are like looking at you guys and have noticed you guys and are just sort of talking to themselves and shrugging, and they're they haven't started approaching you yet, but it's clear that they're becoming rapidly more suspicious of you guys.
Is there like a? Can I cross myself? But that's what I'm trying to do something with nonverbal to
Do a
pure
Pureflesher pose.
Sure. Yeah.
No, I don't think that's a Pureflesher. No.
All right, I tip my hat.
I don't think they have like a.
Tip your hat.
Yep. you do the old milady at them. Okay, I guess charm. I'll say that. Do a charm check. That will be a challenging or a hard 3 purple charm check.
3.
Yeah.
Can I flip, guys? Is that cool?
Yeah,
sure.
Go for it.
Sorry, random yawn. Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna flip as well though, so I'm also upgrading the difficulty.
Okay. All right.
Oh yes, this is an amazing roll. 1 success, 1 threat, 1 triumph, 1 despair.
Good lord.
Jesus.
Okay, so I'll say the success is the success is you do not you don't you see like one sort of like raise an eyebrow and is like and like points to himself and is like me, and then sort of shrugs and then just like walks away, and they clearly stop talking about it for the moment. Take a strain for the threat, as I think that this is like really like you really put your all into
tipping my hat
into this hat tip. Yeah.
You were like,
that's something you are accustomed to.
Here you go. All right.
The triumph. I don't know what you want to do with the triumph. I mean, I don't know what I want to do with the despair. I think that
This is way more than any
Um,
out tip I've ever done in history.
The triumph and the despair. It could be like, well, this check succeeded, so I don't know how well this works, but it could be like they recognize who we are and like kind of what we're here for, but they know that they're going to need backup before they confront us. So like they're not going to bother us for a while, but when they do, it will be worse or something like that. But that really works better on a failed check. So.
Yeah. Well, I think maybe what the triumph could be, and this is another suggestion, is that Haelmoni Yega like wanders through the lobby.
Oh, well, that sounds good.
That sounds really good.
Yeah.
That might be bad as well, I guess.
Yeah.
Maybe the despair could be the triumph. He walks to the lobby, and the despair is that he's with the Bruiser Man. Is that too much?
No, he wouldn't be with the Bruiser. It just
No?
for
Okay.
what's going on. He wouldn't be with the Bruiser Man. But the triumph is for sure. Yeah. Okay. If you want to do that, the despair, I think, is that Obsidian actually the network flashes red. That you have been identified on the network, and they haven't traced you or anything yet, but like you are now under the gun, and there's very clearly sysops. At least one sysop, you don't know how many, are now like actively sweeping and trying to track you down on the network.
Okay. So I still had 2 maneuvers. So with that, could I have activated the system? All this is going on. Like I see the red flashing, so I'm like, okay, crap, I gotta hurry. But I broke the second piece of ice. So can I look at the
the data, this client data?
Yeah. What do I see there?
Yeah, for sure. I think that as you access, you break the ice sort of disintegrates in whatever sort of virtualized form that you render it in, and you are given access to the client data. The client data, you're able to look through it quickly, and you notice that the Association of Human for Human Purity has taken up residence. However, they received they've reserved Big Church for like a month of time, which is monstrously expensive. But the money to pay for that came from what's the bank? A Titan Bank, right? Or Titan International, I think, is like the major banking company in Android. It came through accounts in Titan Bank, which means that this is Megacorp money that is financing the Purefleshers' stay at Big Church.
Okay.
The
And
world's out to get us. What's new?
Yeah, you can't tell which Megacorp, but it is Megacorp money.
Okay.
Yeah, and I guess you have another maneuver still, so.
Yeah. Okay, so I see that piece of it. I guess that's honestly everything I need to see. Can I? Well, no. Can I maneuver to move to where the configuration is, the one that has ice in front of it?
Sure, the security doors.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean that's an incidental.
Okay.
Right, so like you move there, and in front of you is spider web ice, which is a strength 3 ice. Effects. If a runner attempts to break this ice and fails, they are unable to access the subsystem Spiderweb protects. Additional rules. After encountering Spiderweb, the runner adds 1 setback to all network-related rolls until the end of their next turn.
Okay. So I don't have. I think I have to attempt it, but my icebreaker's down. I can't use it again for this encounter. So it'll have to be just a roll, but I'll spend a story point to upgrade my roll. So it's
Okay.
going to be green, purple.
Or so are you? Wait, sorry, what are you rolling for?
I'm rolling to. So when it's shown, I have to roll to break the ice. Otherwise, I think the failure just triggers. If I'm not mistaken, I don't get a choice in the meta. I'm pretty sure.
Well, no, because it's breaking ice is an action to break
Okay.
ice.
Yeah.
So I think it's only if you want to move down into that subsystem.
Into that. Okay.
So you don't
All
have
right.
to. So you can just not spend your second maneuver if you
Okay.
want.
All right. Well, I guess
Yeah.
I'll chill.
Okay.
Even though
And
I
then-
see red lights flashing. Okay, let me think. What does Obsidian think? He's like, okay, time's limited. Probably means we're getting shot at, but I'm not dead yet. Yeah. Okay. Or do I maneuver to get out? Yeah, you know what? I'll just maneuver to leave. To like jack myself out.
Sure. Oh well. Okay. Wait. So how about this? Before you do that maneuver, let's jump back to that despair real quick, or the triumph real
Okay.
quick, where you see where everyone else sees Haelmoni Yega in the lobby through the glass doors. Sort of just looking through, he nods his head. Haelmoni Yega is this immensely tall individual. He is, where's my description of him? He is identifiable by he is wearing a traditional Korean gat. It's the wide brim hat that has like a mesh. I don't know what you call the middle part, but like the middle part of the hat, the bowl of the hat, I guess it's called. And he's almost never seen without his gat. He, like, tall is an understatement. He looms over almost all of his peers. He's probably close to 7 feet tall. But he's a tall, scrawny man wearing weathered beige linen long coat and a small retinue of people in jumpers or jumpsuits are sort of have flock around him, presumably his guard or something. You see him. I think we definitely have the Kill Bill like siren music of like "Bing," or whatever, and he before you can do anything, you see him continue on his way through, hit a button on the elevator, and go into the elevator with his group, his crew.
Do we have we have a way to communicate with Obsidian, right? Like voice comms or email him or something while he's in there?
You can just talk verbally to him. Like
Okay.
he's
I mean, I'm checking out anyway. Is what I kind of decided. Like, I see the red sirens. I'm like, okay, I don't think there's anything else of value here. So let me.
Well, can you get elevator control?
Oh, okay, I see. So you want me to still be in? All right. So you're emailing me this, I guess. Okay, that's fine. Can I get elevator control? Yeah.
Target spotted an elevator. Can you get control?
Okay.
I think
do we want to roll initiative for this? Is it my turn again, or is it?
It is. Yeah, I guess we should. Well, it's not quite initiative order yet because you're not like in. You're the only one that's in like a quasi-structured situation, so we don't have the roll initiative quite yet.
Okay. Okay. So they let me know that, and so I send back on it, and I go over to the left piece of ice here, where below it has the. Is there elevated controls? Maybe it's under the configuration.
It would be under the it'd be under the configure. It'd be what is security doors in here, but it'd be,
okay.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. So I'll use my action to break the ice then.
Okay. go ahead and do that roll. Like I said, spider web is
And I'll use
3.
the player
barrier.
I use player token as well. Okay, spiderweb's got to beat 3.
And you get exactly 3, but
Nice.
you are
So
using a
don't-
breaker though, or no?
No, because it's only
No,
once per
okay.
encounter, so
So
I don't
yeah,
beat
you
it.
hit. Yeah, you
Oh.
do not break the ice. What did I say spiderweb's thing was again?
So is
So
3
the spider-
successes not enough to?
No, so
That-
you need
you have to
more
exceed.
uncanceled. Yeah, you
Oh,
need
you
more
need more.
uncanceled successes than the
Okay.
strength of it.
Weird.
Also,
Yeah, it
well,
is. It is weird. Go ahead.
yeah. I guess technically you should have rolled a setback to it too because you had encountered
Oh yeah.
it, but
'Cause of the
that's
spider
fine.
web.
But since you attempted to break this ice and failed, you are unable to access this subsystem anymore. This sort of entire, I think that like in the virtual version of this, like you just see the entire subsystem sort of becomes occluded as the spider web thickens and becomes like a shell, like a protective sphere around
Right.
the systems or the subsystem.
Okay.
So yeah, you are no longer able to access this.
All right. I maneuver out and just get out of the system. I kind of look up to see you guys, and I'm like, sorry, not this time.
Could I have said that as soon as she saw Iggy in the elevator, that nobody's just gonna be running towards the building, or I don't know how much time has passed.
I think that's fine. We like this is all passing in narratively appropriate time.
Yeah.
So yeah, you can definitely do that. Let me just do one real quick thing here,
Second,
because
I'll be right.
just show full NPC. Okay, there we go.
That is a pretty sweet hat.
It is, right? So before Obsidian even jacks out, you like as soon as you see Haelmoni,
Yeah.
you're like just booking it towards
Yeah.
the.
I think nobody would do that. So-
Okay,
Yeah,
that's fair.
seems
Yeah,
fair.
that's totally fine. I'm gonna start initiative then, because that definitely does mean that initiative should have been started.
Sure.
It'll just be vigilance all around, I think.
Yeah, got a good roll. Let's go.
Is this one of those really, really slow elevators that I could catch up to using parkour?
You'd just
That-
you'd like
that I
the
can
Prince of
open-
Persia wall hop back and forth up the elevator shaft.
I can
That-
run up
yeah,
above it
exactly.
and shoot the wire, so like it falls down.
That'd be pretty awesome. Let's subject this man to the deadliest force in Genesis.
Well, damn it.
So, oh no, I was gonna win this fight, but then I took a short distance of fall damage.
All right.
Um, no, I mean
Split.
it's like a average speed elevator. I mean, yeah. You're not gonna be able to like get in the elevator with him or something, or catch up
No.
directly in the elevator. But I think being outside, you all are. Let me put Haelmoni on here though. The heck? Oh, there we go. So he's sort of like the opposite from you. This green block is the entire lobby, and just everything within it's we're gonna say is short range.
We see a bunch of people in the lobby as he gets in the elevator and leaves.
Yeah, I'm trying to like. I thought I had this icon here, but that's unfortunate. I guess I did not. It's not the bottom. Okay, this will just be the human first extremist for now. Minion group. So, Yeah, there's still a bunch of people sort of milling about, accessing controls, checking things in the lobby as they're just like monitoring how the reconfiguration is going. And but yeah, Haelmoni, you see him and his retinue go into the elevator as you approach the glass, I guess.
And this is like an interior building elevator, not like a go somewhere far away lift, right?
Yeah, this is an elevator. It's not a lift. This won't take you between layers.
Is it? Does it happen to be a really convenient elevator where it tells you which floor they're going to on the outside, like in movies?
It does when you get to the elevator itself, we'll say.
Right. Is there stairs? Are there stairs?
Yeah.
Is there another elevator?
I'm trying to think how stairs would work. There's
right in a shifting building. Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, I guess there are stairs. There's like stairs next to the elevator.
If Hogwarts can do it, these guys can.
There's Bucky stairs. Bucky stairs. Yeah, no, there is a stairwell, I think, as like an emergency exit right near the elevator. They have had to make Big Church in accordance with some fire code of some sort. So yeah, there are stairs there, but they don't they're not scaffolding, but they're very clearly not directly part of the immediate structure, so that the rest of the structure can sort of reconfigure without having to worry about the stairs.
Okay, so
that is to say, like, you could get to a floor and like there could be like just a void in front of you because there's no floor in that section, for example.
Right. Is it cool with me taking this first player slot then?
Yeah.
That's fine. We're missing did all of you guys roll already?
Oh, that's
no.
I only see 2 PC slots. Oh, okay. Not sure if I just like disconnected again. All right. Well, no.
Oh, I think I added one. Sorry. That was my fault.
Where did it add it to, though? I think it just
threw it somewhere.
I'll just remove the first one. That's fine. Okay, cool. There we go. Okay, cool. You guys will get first move. PC slots.
Want to move, take a maneuver, and can I get in front of the elevator I just went in? Like in front of the doorway, right? Not in it, but like so I can see it.
So the door's closed, right?
Yeah, so the doors are closed in front of you. The elevator door, you are spending a maneuver to
run into the building.
Get through, into the building and to the elevator.
You said I couldn't read it until I got like in front of it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I think that you get there right as the doors close, and it'll just be one maneuver. It's a short distance that you're maneuvering. And the I think so. Yeah, the as the doors close, I'm gonna spend a story point, and Haelmoni sees you. The doors like just shut right as you get to the elevator. Everyone around you is kind of like, what's going on? Haelmoni goes up. You can see the target floor is it was originally the 3rd floor, which is stabilized at this point, but you see as soon as he sees you, he reaches an uncomfortably long arm over across the elevator and hits the button for the you don't see what button he hits, but presumably it's higher. It's very obviously higher than the 3rd floor, so he's going higher into the thing. You have to wait if you want to see the specific floor he's going to.
Right. Okay. Sorry, a few more follow-up questions. Is there another elevator?
There's only one. Well, no, we can say there's another elevator. I think that's
Okay.
fair.
Now you don't have to give me this, but would there be any reason why Nome would think if she shot the control panel with her gun, it would stop the elevator?
No.
You don't have to give me that. I just
No, I'm not giving you that. I mean, that'd be a story point maybe, but it wouldn't just like stop the elevator or do something
What if
totally
he
different.
what if he rolled an overpowered crit on the
He
elevator
just keep
panel.
overpowering the Oh my! He
I
critted
choose
this
the
elevator
floor.
into oblivion.
I choose the floor with Deadeye. No. Okay. If I shot it, the control panel would do something.
If you
I
shot
would
the
know the
control
result.
panel, it would. Yeah, it would do something. I would give you that. It would be like
Do something.
a hard
if you
range
could
check.
slow it down, that would be
Yeah,
great.
or like make it stop like prematurely or something.
Here's what you do: shoot into the elevator, ricochet your bullets so that it hits every floor, and he has to stop.
All right, so
on
is that
every
an
floor.
impossible range check?
Yeah. Spend a story point. You can do any check you want, right? No, but I mean, if you want to just blindly shoot at the elevator control and hope it does something helpful, then yeah, that would be a hard range check. It wouldn't be like weapon check, and then we'll sort of go from what your results are.
Nome would just decide without consulting, but out of character, I'm going to consult. And my other thought is I could just get in the other elevator, and I have a personal comm link. It's like the one thing I bought besides the gun. So I could just tell you guys like what floor does it say, and as I'm already going up, I'll just change the floor to whatever you guys say. So I'm already going up.
I can also run up and try to make a mechanics check on the panel, because that, so for that individual elevator, rather than doing a whole network hack thing for it.
Yeah, I think
can
that would
attempt
be
too.
if you hardwire into the panel. We would just do like a simple hacking thing. It wouldn't have to be a
Okay.
whole network encounter thing.
Does that become easier or harder if the panel's already been shot?
Harder, whatever.
It depends on the result, I guess. You get to try them.
Yeah.
It's a clean shot, nothing breaks.
Shooting, but I'm trying to
just
get a
shoots-
clean shot on the
It
panel.
shoots
Yeah.
all the screws out of like the screw holes, and it just like tops the panel off perfectly.
Yeah, it's like I'm shooting the hats off the guys, and
Yeah.
I don't know. That sounds funny, but that might mess it up. Oh, it's a one shot. Why not? I'll shoot the control panel. Why not? It's a ranged light check. 4 difficult or 3. Said hard, right?
Yeah, I think that's what he said.
Yeah, hard check. Yeah, this isn't like a weapons check or anything. This is like a ranged light check.
Okay, does my talent that gives me a single advantage when I don't have anything else in my other hand, would that apply, or it says I'm performing a combat check with it? Okay.
Yeah, I mean it's a combat check, but it's like really it's for like you're talking about the two-handed stance, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's fine to apply in this situation because it's still like the idea is that you're stabilizing your shot better with two hands, so that's fine.
Is it cool if I spend a story point, everybody?
Yeah. Okay.
Wow, 1 success, 3 advantages. So, with the success, you slow the elevator. Yeah, as the elevator is going up floors, you see that it slows down. I think it's not like a huge slowdown, but it's enough that like you could probably match its pace by just running up the stairs.
Perfect.
The 3 advantages.
Can I heal strain with 3 advantages?
Oh, totally. Yeah, you can definitely heal strain with 3 advantages.
Unless he has something cooler, but
Nome's like, fuck yeah. It
I got
just looks better.
I gotta save it up for my Deadeye use, so I'm gonna spam all on this one guy in a second.
Wait.
When I get to him.
It's that it's the built-in vape. Do you just take another huff of the single shot from your flechette gun?
That's awful. That's awful. Sure, I guess so. I guess.
No, it's whatever. I mean, whatever you want. But yeah, you can do if you want to heal strain, you can do 3 strain with the advantages. I imagine that's more like your character just is
we got him.
very self-satisfied. Yeah, with you've tracked down Haelmoni and you're on his heels, hot on his heels. His
Um,
momentum builds.
That was my action. I just got a bunch of strain, but I want to take 2 strain for a second maneuver. I'm going to start running up the stairs. I don't know how far that gets me with one maneuver.
Okay, cool.
Going up your elevator.
I slowed it down, but I can match it with my pace, right? So I'm just gonna.
Yeah. So it's
And we got a hacker. He's not athletic, so I mean, let's say the elevator for him, right?
All right.
Let's see. So I think what we'll do is, so you're in the stairwell. That's going to be like stairwell for here. The second floor. Stairwell to third floor. So basically it's going to take you, you can move up like 1 flight per stairwell. Haelmoni has a lead on you in the elevator, even though it's slowed down and now matching pace. So so you're like in the stairwell between. Oh, that's the wrong one. So you're in the stairwell between the first and second floor, and Haelmoni is like at the second floor and like going upwards.
Okay.
So he has like a one stairwell lead on you, or 1 flight lead on you, I guess. Cool. Okay, second PC slot. Also, you spent your advantages. So second PC slot.
I would like to go. So I have the parkour improved talent, so I can spend 4 strain and move to any location in medium range. I want to beat this guy to the 3rd floor and get in the elevator with him at the 3rd floor when it opens, because he had originally pressed that button, right? So it would open there.
Yes. Yeah, it'll open, it'll stop at the 3rd floor. And then continue on its way. You're right.
Okay. Then I will wall run up a bit and then do like a wall jump off and grab like a part of the building that's still going up, and then just like ride that to the 3rd floor. I can get to medium range with 1 maneuver, and then I have a maneuver after that. I'm hoping that's enough to get that high.
Yeah. So you're staying on the out, because you could get the medium. If you got the medium range with that maneuver, you could go into the stairwell, right? And then take your second maneuver to go up to the next, to Haelmoni.
So from here, I would only be able to. I wanted to go like in the building, but vertical, basically. Like not use the stairwells for vertical movement.
Okay. Yeah. So how about this? I think that
parkour nonsense.
Yeah. So I think so. In the lobby, it is a open style lobby. It's like a 2-floor great room. So there's like a balcony area, we'll say.
Okay.
And you're
so
able
I can get
to
like
sort
to
of
like the 2nd floor.
Yeah,
balcony.
and like you parkour up the balcony and like are on the balcony level, which is the 2nd floor technically, and then the stairwell's right there if you want to scooch into
on
it.
the 2nd floor, has his elevator already passed the 2nd floor? Could I flip a story point and hit the 2nd floor button?
Just spam it.
Okay, yeah, I'll give that to you. Yeah, you can do that. Okay. So flip a story point, and then you can hit the 2nd floor button as like you skid to the elevator right as his elevator is about to leave. So the elevator door opens.
When it opens, I tell him it always seems impossible until it's done.
Oh my God. He dies immediately. He's just done.
Insufferable.
That was power word kill, actually.
Yeah.
That was impressive. It's like, well, guess I'll die. So I'm just gonna put this other box. So this is 1 zone as well, basically. So like you are here. This zone basically connects to the elevator, and you can see Haelmoni right there in front of you.
And so I had to spend both of my maneuvers to get here, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Am I engaged with him, or can I get in the elevator at least?
It would be, yeah. So this is where your maneuver economy runs out, and you're So you open the elevator, and like as soon as it opens, Haelmoni doesn't move. He just sort of glares at you, but like the retinue that's around him, like one of the low-ranking guys, is like frantically like hitting the button to close.
The door close button. Okay,
Yeah.
but I could still spend an action, right?
Yeah. You could still spend an action. You're just at short distance from them.
Oh, I'm at short. Okay. I don't think.
Yeah,
I
you're like
have
in front of them,
ranged
but you're just
weapons.
not positioned and engaged quite yet.
Okay. Well, hopefully I delayed him at least for Nomi to do something next
Flip
turn.
a destiny point to have one of Primus grenades and just toss it as the doors close.
You already flipped your story point for this.
Yeah,
this one, the
yeah,
elevator.
unfortunately. I'm just going to use one of my own happy patches and recover some strain. But I am now disoriented.
Okay, cool. Next NPC slots. I'm not so Haelmoni and his retinue should sort of be together like that. They are going to. I'm not going to use this slot for them. I'm actually using. I'm going to flip a story point and add an NPC slot on the end, because you just like all burst into the lobby and started shooting at the elevator and then parkouring up onto the second floor balcony. So the people remaining there are also they're human first extremists here, but they're Purefleshers. I don't know why it didn't. Actually, let me see if maybe. So I'm just checking if I have Pureflesher as its own
swarm
thing.
Yeah, that's what it looks like.
No, that is actually the drone swarm I had in case you guys went to a different location.
Okay.
One of the adversaries we have for Akeidito, but I'm just using it for
Varmints incoming.
Another the first floor group of Purefleshers. So so they are going to take their turn. There is 4 of them remaining on here. They are a minion group though, so the question is, do they go after Nome, or do they try and like barricade the door? Well, Pixel's not here anymore. So I'm not going to barricade the door for Obsidian because that'd be really mean and become boring. So, yeah, they run after you, Nome. They spend a maneuver to get into the elevator shaft with you, and spend a maneuver to or an action to get into engaged range with you, as they like swarm up the stairwell behind you. That's their turn. Obsidian, I think, is your turn. You're not gone yet, right?
Right. So, okay. So, Nome, I know because you have the communicator, right?
I have personal comm link, yeah.
Okay, and so I probably saw them just run up after you. I'm not entirely sure what June is doing, right?
You saw June like
you heard her on the comlink say, "It always seems impossible until it's done." So
I have even less
disappeared.
information. Yeah. I have
After
even less information than if I just didn't hear anything at all.
June doesn't understand. All these things are perfectly clear to her.
She like Jackie Chan'd her way up to the second floor.
I guess I see the light is on the second floor currently for the elevator.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you could. Yeah, that's fair.
Okay. But no, mate, you're in the stairwell, right? You're not in the elevator.
I'm lugging it. Yep.
Okay, I want to try to use the panel to drop the elevator.
Okay.
So I guess I'll use a maneuver to access the panel, and then I'll roll. That'd be hacking or mechanics.
That would be. Well, I guess it would be it would be a formidable. No, daunting. Jesus Christ. Yeah, it'd be a daunting mechanics check, but I think it would be a hard hacking check.
Oh, okay. So a 3 hacking or 4 mechanics check is what you're saying. Right?
Yes, yeah, exactly. Because I
Okay.
mean, like mechanically doing that through just like, or even just through hot wiring some
Yeah.
wires together, that's like really. Presumably, an elevator is designed to not just plummet its passengers to their death.
As a matter of fact,
because-
to nerd out a little bit, when it was released at the World Fair in like 1890, the thing they were showing was that elevators don't fall when you cut the wires
Yeah.
above them.
So
It
yeah,
wasn't- it
exactly. So
wasn't
like this is a really hard thing to like make it do.
Yeah.
But hacking, like in a digital world,
Hacking's a little
yeah,
bit
it's a little
easier.
easier. Yeah.
Okay, all right. I'll make the hacking check then.
Cool.
I think,
For sure, flip something.
yeah, I think I'll flip for it. Also, since it's would you say this is a network access one?
Yeah. I mean, everything is network access, presumably.
Okay.
I think everything in Big Church for sure is network access because a lot of it's
Okay.
monitored and controlled remotely.
All right, so I'm gonna use my net search talent, so that upgrades my ability twice for the check. Oh no, it's for a knowledge check if I'm doing hacking. So no, never mind. All right, that's fine. I'll flip for it. So I can get a green, and I'll roll.
Wow.
Oh, my gosh.
3 failures, 3 advantages, 1 triumph though. You've been rolling a ton of triumphs. So yeah, you definitely don't like there. You just can't figure out where the kill current
Hard
passengers.
to drop it. Can I say with the
subsystem
triumph though?
is.
Can I say with the
Emergency
triumph though? I engage the locks above the elevator, so it can't move up or down anymore. Even though I was trying to drop it, but I failed
Yeah.
that.
Yeah.
So can I say with the triumph, it just can't move? It's stuck on the second floor.
You can for sure. Yeah, that's perfect. So
Okay.
it gets stuck on the second floor. The 3 advantages. While you're coming up with what you want to do, the 3 advantages though. I think that when you get stuck on the second floor, I'm going to flip a story point and say that because it's very clear that you guys will not let me get you to the higher floors with the cool moving panels. The moving panels will come down to you, and whatever you trigger in the system to do that also begins arbitrarily, randomly reconfiguring. It hasn't hit the second floor yet, but you hear like loud chunk, thunk, thunk sounds as the third floor begins to reconfigure, and sort of just barely out at the edge of your view, outside, you can see like 50-foot by 50-foot panels just sort of spinning around and flailing around the building not too far above you as if they were child's toys.
Okay. And then let's see. I think I'll take the 2 strain to go up the stairs to get to the second floor, or to start heading up to the second floor rather.
Sure. I mean, you could spend 2 advantage to.
Okay.
It's the same thing because you heal the strain, or you could take the 2
Yeah.
advantage and just move.
I'll take the 2 advantage as move. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. And then I'll take the last advantage and heal my 1 point of strain.
All right, cool. You are even though you seem to have triggered something potentially catastrophic in this
Sure.
enormous death trap of a building, you feel good about it though. So
Yeah, it's like, yeah, it was useful, kind of.
Yeah.
Damn.
This is what I wanted. This is what I asked for this. Okay.
I intended it. Yeah.
So back on the second floor, we jump to Haelmoni Yega. Haelmoni Yega. The elevator itself sort of like begins to it doesn't do it. Yeah. So like they keep hitting the button, and as they are like, you can hear a loud clamping sound as it's clear that the brake system has like gone into place. For the elevator, as if it was about to, so I think what happened was as if the elevator was about to fall. Maybe you did actually trigger the falling, the drop, but its emergency brakes kicked in immediately. So
Okay.
that stopped it from actually falling, and it's now locked into place on the second floor. And immediately Haelmoni Yega's retinue spills out ahead of him and slams into June with and there are 3 of these guys on your floor. And they spend a maneuver to enter engaged with you, so you are still effectively short range to Haelmoni Yega.
Okay.
And they basically have, it says sledgehammer in the roll. They don't have sledgehammers on them because that's ridiculous. But they're grabbing random things like potted plants, pipes, whatever, from the side and
Sledgehammers
swinging
are
at you with them.
ridiculous. They have potted plants.
It would just be weird for for them to be carrying a sledge.
No, I know.
It's already weird that human
And
first
they
extremists have a sledgehammer weapon, but whatever.
They pull out the sledgehammer from behind the potted plant. They prepare for this.
Yeah. It's I don't know. They say
Their
some sort of
religion
stupid
is,
fortune cookie thing about sledgehammers to you.
Their religion
Yeah,
is those breaking rooms or whatever where you get sledgehammers and get to just smash things.
Yeah, I mean that's what human first extremists basically are, right? Because they're all about smashing bioroids. So I can give it to them a little bit, but Purefleshers I don't think would have sledgehammers. I feel like they'd have scalpels or something would be more their style. But either way, they swing at you as a group, and 2 successes, so they do 8 damage.
Okay.
Cool. And we move next to Haelmoni Yega. Haelmoni Yega is going to draw his weapon as a maneuver first. So he pulls out his guns, and he has quite a few of them, but he's not going to... actually, and while he's doing that, you can see a little sort of hologram thing pops up in front of his eye, and it's clear that he's making a call to someone, and you can hear him say something to the effect of they're here just like you asked for. Send your dog over. And then he will take 2 strain to do that because he's taking an extra maneuver. Oh God, an HTTP failure. Sessions. Why do you do this to me, Sessions? Point being, and then he's going to shoot you. That's
Okay.
what I'm getting at. So
Yeah.
Not to slow things down.
Don't forget to upgrade for the engaged allies.
Oh yeah, for sure. Because Haelmoni Yega does not give a fuck about his engaged allies. Let's see. So short range, June. Build the pool. Add an upgrade. You have a setback. Oh, your range defense is 1, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And I will add another setback. Because I think that he's shooting at you from inside this elevator, and it's a cramped space, and it's flooded with his retinue in front of him. So this is actually kind of a really hard shot to make.
Okay.
So he rolls the dice, which is good because that saved you from taking a lot of damage. But 0 successes, 4 advantages, and a triumph.
He makes the elevator move again.
No. I'm gonna spend that triumph on. So off screen, what happened is that he called in the Bruiser Man, basically, and it just so happens that you attacked while the Bruiser Man regularly. Part of his thing is that he is hard to control, so he'll go on rampages and sort of go unleashed and rampage around town. So he just happened to be on a rampage. However, he's still relatively controllable, but they choose not to. His handlers choose not to super control him because it's good practice for him, they feel like. And he doesn't generally kill that many people. It's mostly just property destruction. So they're able to refocus him pretty quickly, and he will... be added to the end of this, but you don't see the Bruiser Man quite yet. Instead, see, has he taken? And you took wounds before, right? Okay. Instead, you sort of you hear in the distance a familiar sound. And a thud as the entire building shakes as like something massive slams into the side of the building, and you can feel the entire structure shake just from the weight of him as he begins to make his way inside. But he is spending a maneuver and an action basically to get to you guys, but he is somewhere outside the building at this point. You do not know where. That is what I did with the Triumph. And to be clear, he was going to be introduced. So this just moved his introduction up one round, actually. So the
I
four
would
advantages.
like. Oh, sorry, you're still doing the turn. Never mind.
Yeah, sorry. The four advantages. I don't know what to do with the four advantages. That's tough. I think that with the four advantages, he is going to heal 2 strain as he hears the Bruiser Man show up, and then spend the last advantage to apply a setback to the next attack on him, basically.
Okay.
So now it's PC's turn.
I'd like to go because unfortunately we're kind of at my time limit.
Okay.
So I can use parkour to move to any location in short range. Would I be able to disengage from these guys and engage with Haelmoni in one maneuver if I did that?
Yeah, I'll give it to you. I mean, flip a story point maybe for it, but yeah, that's fair.
All right. Then I'll take the strain. So like they're swinging at me, and I like push a couple into each other, and then use that opening to like slide over to Haelmoni. And I assume he's a nemesis, not a rival.
Yeah, he is definitely a nemesis.
All right. Then spend another strain to get the cat claws out, and I will just kind of furiously try and kill this guy.
He's like, oh my, I have to go.
Well, you don't understand. I don't have time for this. Okay, so you
none of us
passed
do.
me a setback.
Yeah, so yeah, he takes it
I'm
like a
next.
defense as he takes on a defensive position.
I had one already for some reason, and I'm going to take another 2 strain to aim. Rip.
1 failure, 2 advantages. Oh
Well,
my,
I'll knock
every
him
one of
down.
your bad dice rolled a failure. That's
Yeah.
impressive. That's
Yeah.
wow.
I'll knock him down so he can't go anywhere at least.
Yeah, I think you get like an uppercut right under his nose, and it doesn't like cause him to bleed, but he's a weird lanky dude, so he like gets slammed down against the back of the elevator for a moment. Next PC turn. Do you have to go right now, or do you have to?
I have to go right now. Really, more like 10 minutes ago, but
Okay, that's fair.
And when this is all over, I tell Jade, you are the sky. Everything else is just the weather. And I tell Obsidian that these mountains that you're carrying, you are only supposed to climb.
And nothing for Nome. You just are like, Nome, go fuck yourself.
Oh, I'm sorry. The first one was for Nome, not for Jade.
Not for Primer.
Okay.
My bad.
No,
all right, this was fun. Sorry I had to duck out.
Yeah, no
I
worries.
gotta duck out too.
Okay, so for timing. Okay, so I think then what we'll do, that's no worries. This ran long, and the scheduling for this has been hellish anyway. So I think how about this? We're gonna do a quick short combat, 1 roll combat. So everyone roll hard combat check of whatever you want.
Okay, threw that in there. I'm gonna step out. Good luck, guys.
Okay.
All right. So
Dude.
I'm gonna use applied research to use my hacking for this.
Okay, that's fair. Yeah.
Aim. Or no,
Oh my gosh, failure anyway.
Okay, cool. So what I was just looking for was more successes than failures, as we unfortunately press over this like very climactic fight. But yeah, so 3 successes, 2 advantage, versus 1 failure. And so you guys, I think that what happens is that you eventually are able to basically you kill everyone in. You kill Haelmoni Yega. You kill the Purefleshers. The Bruiser Man survives because he's just a beast, and no matter what, you are sort of at the end of your rope, and by the end of it, you're believe you're about to die when. Sort of again bursting through one of the the locked glass doors on the first floor. And as I think the second floor begins to reshift itself, the Baba of Bullets sort of shows up, doing a crazy cinematic dive in. She really hates glass, I guess, and unleashes a barrage of SMG fire on the Bruiser Man again. They tussle for a little bit, but you guys are sort of like left to regroup, and then the Bruiser Man again flees into the night. However, you realize that though you killed the Purefleshers, throughout the fight it became clear that the intent was the Purefleshers were just being used by Underdark Genetics. The intent was to draw not you guys out, but to draw the Babas out. Whoever is pulling the strings at Underdark Genetics thought that the Babas would come themselves and they would be able to capture them. It appears that this was an effort to retrieve the Babas once and for all for Jinteki, for whatever nefarious experiments that they have going on in the Geolabs. However, they were not successful, at least this time, and they basically have turned, I think if you've turned this into a campaign, have turned Akeidito into a full-on war zone, as the Babas have lost their shit and basically made open season on any of the corps, the NAPD, and really with total disregard for non-clone casualties. And that is the future timeline for Akeidito as a result of this. So that was the game. Sorry we didn't get to finish the climactic battle, but that is how it is sometimes.
That's
I
cool.
hope you.
Thanks.
Yeah.
This was
I
fun.
hope you guys
That was
enjoyed your foray into Akeidito. Yeah. So and yeah, I hope you guys had fun. Thanks for playing.
Yeah.
Of course.
Thanks. This is fun.
Did you have
Sorry
any,
again for that dirty build, but this was a lot of fun.
I think that was totally fine. I think that build was totally because again, like that wasn't like like those guys were like weenies. So they were supposed to die pretty fast, maybe do a little bit of damage. But
it was also only possible to do the overpower because he rolled 2 nat 1s on a D100
Yeah.
twice. So like,
right,
it was kind of lucky too. Like thinking about it later, and you rolled advantages. It was just a perfect storm.
I don't think I don't think that was like a totally broken ability. I think that was just like a very weird edge case sequence that turned out. I mean, it was a cool scene, and that's really all I cared about. So I'm happy with it.
Fair.
Yeah, did you have any questions about the Babas or the setting or things that you discovered or paths you could have taken? Then we can wrap up because I know you guys got to go.
I mean, I enjoyed it. I think I think it would have been interesting to like maybe if even though we get like a hopper, we don't sidestep the mechanics for the traveling. I was really interested in trying that.
Yeah,
I mean, I heard you mention if it was like a full adventure, we would do it because I think there's a lot of chances for fun in that.
Yeah, I think typically what would happen with a hopper, we didn't really put in like a really detailed rules for traversal. We just sort of like gave some suggestions. But I think what I would do I would just reduce the difficulty of any traversals by 1. And
Okay.
that's what the hopper would give you, is just a reduced
Makes sense.
traversal. I think
Yeah,
in your particular
yeah.
situation, because the hopper was a piece of garbage, it would be upgraded as well, though, so that you might get a despair.
Okay, that's cool. I like it. You could even maybe have it like if we roll a despair, it's just destroyed, right? Like, or we can't use it or something.
Yeah,
Like,
that'd be
fun.
one of the things you could do with a despair, or like you get to whatever location you want to get to, but a nemesis level random encounter shows up, and then you have to figure out how to like work that in, because every location has its little encounter table that you can like randomly roll on to generate an encounter that happens there.
Right.
Yeah. I played in a one shot you ran a while ago. I played a Seti Blue Looney. You ran into Yega in that one shot.
Yeah, that was also Haelmoni Yega was in that. That was early on in the designing of Akeidito. And yeah, if I recall, so that was in that took place in Gracie's Gearheads as well. And you all had thought you were helping a clone escape to freedom, or thought you were helping actually Jack Wayland. Not Jack Wayland. Maybe Jack Wayland? The kid.
I thought it was a Biroid, right? It was the kid of something.
The Risty, the Megacorp exec kid, escape, and that they were a clone, and then it turned out after Haelmoni attacked that they were actually a Bioroid, because Haelmoni thought that he had shot him, and it turned out to be all circuits and electronics, and a nice little Westworld doesn't appear to be anything, doesn't look like anything to me situation with the kid, and that's where we ended that one off. Yeah, I like Haelmoni Yega a lot. Like, especially, I like Haelmoni a lot, in particular in games with the Babas, because one, Haelmoni Yega is like basically a really stupid reference to Baba Yaga, because it's Haelmoni is grandma in Korean, and Yega is
right.
Yaga.
Yeah, okay.
So so and then you have the Babas. So that's for that dumb reason, I really like having them, and then also they're naturally sort of enemies with each other. But yeah, when you met Cam, Jaswell, and Jorge, oh god,
police officers, right?
Yeah, Cam and Jorge. Let me just if I can find his name.
Yeah, I guess it was
Jorge Kuana.
I don't know if you're taking this into like the continuity or whatever you run. That's why I was surprised. Like, we actually killed it.
Oh no, these are not part of the.
Okay.
So this is so Akeidito has already been published. It is available on the Foundry. Pay what you want. We appreciate money if you do pay, because I'll mention that we spent a good bit of money licensing a lot of like really cool artwork for it. So I personally think it's it turned out really great looking.
Yeah,
but
looking, and also the organization, it's a really, really excellent supplement. You guys did a great job.
Awesome, thanks. I'm super happy to hear that. I appreciate it. We put a lot of work into it, and I'm really happy how it turned out. So like these adventures are sort of like possible ways you could run games purely with Akeidito, but at the moment we have no plans to do like a sequel or anything, or like continue the meta story of Akeidito or anything like that. Because the Babas are an org, so I don't really want, and like Purefleshers are an org. I don't want to like now say like they're no longer an organization. They're dead.
Right,
We just killed them.
I think so. I saw the release right when I was designing a campaign for my group, for my home group. Even though I decided not to use some parts, but the thing that was in there like was the traveling, because I was like I had always. I think I like Genesis because I love the narrative dice system. It's just like the best because it's so much more involved than I think a D20 could ever be.
Right.
And so like, but it's definitely just a toolbox, right? Whereas I think other systems have more rules that you can rely on, even if most people who play it don't use them. Like I would refer to those a lot, and travel was a hard thing for me to convert. But then reading yours, I was like, oh, okay, this is helpful actually. And like if I wanted to
Yeah.
incorporate that into a larger thing, I really like the travel. The other piece too is the locations, which have specialties to them, because then it
Sure.
gives players incentives. Like rewarding mechanically a player for going to a different location is great. I think that's something I took away, and I was like, oh, I need to do this all the time because I think like mechanical rewards make the RP better, if that makes sense. Like it hits home of like this is why this is so cool, because you get a mechanical reward for it.
Right.
Yeah.
And I mean, and you can tie that in, like if you know your players are like there's a reason for the players to go and seek that mechanical element.
Yeah,
then
like even
the
honestly,
RP will
just
fall around that, and the story will fall
Yeah.
around that, and you'll figure
So-
out ways of making a cool story around that, which I think.
So
is
even
really
though it
nice.
was the side thing, I would have totally gone to that Geolabs thing because I thought it was really cool. We got a blood sample and we had to go to the community college
was-
to research it, and like
By
it
the
felt
way,
fun.
that was 100% like off the rails. I was not expecting you guys to get like a blood sample and like get
Yeah,
that
me
information.
either.
So like
Yeah.
that was actually totally unplanned for. But having the location map and like the relatively detailed information for each location, it opened up something to do with that. Otherwise, it'd be like,
Yeah.
you got a blood sample. You know, you can trace them to like the place of where they are. Where that is, I don't know. We'll just say like it's nearby or something. Like it really made it more concrete, I think.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, because then the map, because then we make the active decision. Like you're giving us agency with
Right.
with the map. I think is the cool
Yeah.
part.
But yeah, the
Um,
other thing with the locations. Now I'll mention this because it's just plug this. Do a plug for Akeidito again, real quick. The locations we had a lot of fun doing. So one of the locations that so the dollhouse sort of side quest you got is probably my favorite location in Akeidito for adventures. Though I haven't really run more than like a scene or two inside it, but because that is like it takes the horror elements, and we basically used Shadow of the Beanstalk adversaries, specifically like mythical adversaries and horror adversaries, and we're like, oh, this is the AI. This is whatever is in that residential unit messing with your mind as it tries to map your brain. So like that is like purely like that is inspired by House of Leaves or other like just like sort of psychological horror, but also just like straight up horror movies. So I don't know. It was a real cool way to bring that in. So I was really glad that you was able to tie in like that side quest for your character.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Cool.
the locations though. I mean, we also had like the VR location. I mean, with these splats, I don't expect that people will necessarily play in them that often. Though I would love that, and if anyone does, I'd love to hear their stories about how their campaigns are going in the neighborhoods. But like the Island Adventures, the Secrets of the Crucible one I made too. It's the same idea. Like basically, I expect that people will take bits and pieces, take the traversal rules, or like or just even the map style that we did in this, and like apply it to their own game, because I hope that they're useful to people.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah, map is
Honestly, it is really cool. I wouldn't even know how to like make my own map that way though. Like it's really impressive you guys got that. And I'm like, man, you're way more organized than I am.
This took like
So,
a year
I
to
mean,
make,
that's-
so
Okay. Well, it shows because it's really detailed. I'm like, this is really cool. Like, what? Like, the other piece that I took from stuff that you guys did, because I ran it, I mentioned it briefly, is the social encounter stuff from I Declare.
oh sure.
And actually, I remember because it was in the Discord, and I remember seeing, I think Jennifer wrote it, and she was saying like, there's not enough social talents in the game. And that kind of stuck with me for Genesis, and I've been thinking a lot about that because I think I have some players who might be more interested in social stuff than they are in the combat element. And really, honestly, what you open up with the with I Declare is using NPCs as like weapons is like it's so fun. It's like so I did that for like it was like basically like a murder trial impromptu. And so the players who didn't build for that, I like let them know. I was like, hey, and so they're spending time in the crowd like trying to convince people to come onto their side and like make this argument of like don't kill this person, like, or don't put them in prison, and like and everyone got to do something, even though they weren't
that's
built
awesome.
for it. Yeah,
You
it
have
was
to
really,
tell me
really
more
fun.
how. Yeah, you have to let me know how that game went or how it's going, if it's still going. That's super good to hear. I know Melon Lord also for he runs Avatar: The Last Airbender Genesis
Yeah.
hack and podcast. Used I think still does I Declare quite a bit for their structured adjudicated social encounters.
Yeah, I think
so,
it's because like I mean, because D&D was built off of the premise of war games, but really it's just shrunk down to you control one person as a player character as opposed to an army. So it's got like 60, maybe 70 years, because it's taken from war games, of like how to play a war game. But the social encounter element of it is relatively new compared to the rest of it. And so I think it needs a lot more like energy, I think, given to it to make it in that. But at least for me, and I think for my players when I did it, I think like having some mechanical structures, even if you can like make them flexible and ignore them sometimes, I think has been really, really fun. Like just like so
awesome.
like mentioning the like them understanding that there's a reward for talking to NPCs, of like maybe they can go do the bidding for me. Like I'm planning a relatively short adventure for them, like, and they're going to be part of a Fey court, and they need to convince people to get reputation and stuff without like trying to reveal their plot to some of the other players. And so I'm going to try to modify a lot of that stuff to try to get it
awesome. Cool. Yeah. I would love to hear how it goes. Okay, cool. I'm gonna get going.
Okay, yeah, me too.
But yeah, thanks so much for playing. I am so happy that you guys enjoyed the game, and maybe we'll run a sequel as a community play again to this particular adventure. I don't know. I would like to see how this what is in the future for the Guillotines. Because I think that this crew of clones for the Babas is it was a really cool group also. As just like characters and navigating through New Angeles. So, but anyway, thanks again. And
let me know about the sequel if it happens. I appreciate you running.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, it'll be posted as a community play, so everyone will notice. But I will give you guys dibs for sure if we do a sequel to it. No promises though. I have a lot of games
understood.
I need to run. So, all right, later guys.
All right, thanks. Later.
Bye.